가장 소중한 자산을 무너뜨리는 그런 일입니다. 그렇기에 청렴은 우리 모두의 삶에 있어서 첫 번째 보호막이자 마지막 보호막이어야 합니다. 국제사회 또한 이러한 문제점을 분명히 인식하고 공동의 대응을 해나가고 있습니다. 지난해 8월 국민권익위원회는 에이펙 반부패 고위급 대화를 최초로 주관하며 부패는 국경을 초월한 범국가적 현상이며 부패 접결을 위한 인공지능과 디지털 기술의 활용, 국제협력과 기술 지원의 중요성, 또 시민사회의 이 반부패 활동 참여 확대, 기술 지원 강화 등을 촉구하였습니다. 지난해 10월 남아공에서 열린 G20 반부패 강요 회의와 12월 카타르에서 열린 UN 반부패 협약 당사국 총회에서도 이 의제의 중요성을 재확인하며 글로벌 공조를 단단히 다졌습니다. 이러한 국제적 흐름 속에서 국민권익위원회와 UNDP 서울정책센터 그리고 14개의 파트너 국가가 함께 해온 SDG 파트너십은 더욱 깊은 의미를 갖습니다. 알제리, 콜롬비아, 코소보, 말레이시아, 몽골, 몬테네그로, 스리랑카, 통가, 우즈베키스탄, 미얀마, 타지키스탄, 바누아투, 베트남, 잠비아. 우리의 14개 파트너 국가가 현장에서 보여준 놀라운 변화는 국제사회가 요구하는 기술 지원과 남남 협력이 어떻게 작동해야 하는지를 몸소 증명해낸 국제적인 모범 사례입니다. 지식 교류로 시작된 우리의 파트너십은 하나의 성공 경험이 다른 나라의 해법으로 퍼져나가는 역동적인 학습 네트워크로 진화했습니다. 대한민국 역시 강력한 반부패 개혁을 멈추지 않은 결과 국가 청렴도가 지속해서 개선되는 선순환을 이루어냈습니다. 이제 우리는 국제사회에서 당당히 책임을 다하는 글로벌 청렴 선두국가로서 이 위대한 여정에 앞장서고 있습니다. 그리고 오늘 이 자리는 지난 10년간의 성과를 축하하는 동시에 앞으로 우리가 나아갈 새로운 방향을 함께 고민하는 그런 자리입니다. 우리는 지금 인공지능과 디지털 전환이라는 거대한 변화의 물결 속에 서 있습니다. 이러한 변화는 행정의 투명성과 효율성을 획기적으로 높이는 기회가 되는 동시에 또 예측하기 어려운 새로운 형태의 부패 위험을 동반하기도 합니다. 국민권익위와 대한민국 정부는 기술의 진보가 투명성과 책임성 강화로 이어질 수 있도록 앞장서겠습니다. 디지털 시대에 걸맞는 새로운 청렴 기준을 정립하고 민간 부문과의 포용적 청렴 생태계를 구축하는 데 최선을 다하는 한편 국제사회와의 협력도 더욱 강화해 나가겠습니다. 존경하는 내 기빈 여러분, 부패에는 국경이 없지만 우리의 반부패 연대 역시 그 어떤 장벽보다 단단합니다. 대한민국이 축적해온 정책 솔루션과 국가 청렴도 개선 경험은 새로운 시대의 글로벌 규범을 선도하는 든든한 자산이 될 것입니다. 오늘 포럼에서 나누는 그간의 경험과 성과, 앞으로를 향한 질문과 열띤 토론들이 단순한 회고를 넘어서 전 세계의 공정하고 투명한 내일을 여는 위대한 출발점이 되기를 진심으로 희망합니다. 오늘 참석해 주신 국내외 기빈 여러분께 다시 한번 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드리며 청렴을 향한 여정에 끝까지 함께해 주시길 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
네, 좋은 말씀 해주신 정일현 위원장님 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 네, 위원장님께 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 이어서 공동 주최이신 앤 유프너 UNDP 서울정책센터 소장님의 개회사를 청해 듣도록 하겠습니다. 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. 정일련 위원장님, 내외 기빈 여러분, 또 각국 대표 여러분과 동료 및 협력기관 관계자 여러분 안녕하십니까? 유엔 개발 계획과 UNDP 서울 정책센터를 대표해서 여러분을 진심으로 환영합니다. 이 국제 반부패 포럼에 우리가 함께하고 있는데요. 협력의 10년과 함께 설계하는 청렴의 미래라는 주제로 함께하게 돼서 기쁘게 생각합니다. 먼저 정일련 위원장님과 대한민국 국민권익위원회에 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 보다 강력한 제도와 또 청렴 체계 그리고 책임성 있는 거버넌스를 구축하기 위해 한국의 경험과 전문성을 전 세계 파트너들과 공유하는데 변함없는 의지를 보여주셨습니다. 오늘은 중요한 이정표가 되는 날입니다. 오늘 우리는 투명성과 책임성 또 청렴성을 증진해온 성과를 되돌아보기 위해 모였을 뿐만 아니라 동시에 10년의 파트너십을 기념하기 위해 모였습니다. 권익위와 UNDP의 10년의 파트너십을 기념하기 위해 모였습니다. 지난 10년 동안 국민권익위원회는 매우 소중한 파트너였습니다. 한국을 넘어 세계 각지의 투명성과 책임성 또 청렴성을 증진하는 데 함께 할 수가 있었습니다. 지식과 경험 그리고 혁신적인 정책 접근법을 적극적으로 권익위는 공유해 왔고 이를 통해서 다양한 국가와 환경에서 제도를 강화하고 개혁 노력을 지원하며 국제 협력을 촉진하는 데 기여했습니다. 또한 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 대한민국 외교부에도 전합니다. 외교부는 이러한 협력을 오랫동안 지원해 주셨습니다. 외교부는 국제 협력과 지식 교류에 확고한 의지를 보여주었고 이를 통해 SDG 파트너십 프로그램 반부패 기술 지원 사업을 각국의 전문성과 기관, 실무자들과 연결하는 데 기여할 수 있도록 지원해 주었습니다. 그리고 보다 강력한 거버넌스와 청렴 체계를 함께 구축해 나갈 수 있었습니다. 또 UNDP 국가사무소의 동료 여러분 그리고 각국 정부와 반부패 기관, 감독 기관 그리고 여러 협력기관의 파트너 여러분께도 따뜻한 환영의 말씀을 전합니다. 세계 각지에서 함께 해주셨습니다. 이번 포럼에서 공유될 경험들은 이 자리에 함께한 기관들의 리더십과 혁신 그리고 헌신 덕분에 가능했습니다. 또한 공동의 포부를 실제 행동으로 전환해온 협력의 성과를 보여주는 증거이기도 합니다. 내외 기빈 여러분, 이러한 협력의 중심에는 SDG 파트너십 프로그램, 즉 반부패 기술 지원 사업이 있습니다. 이 프로그램은 지난 10여 년 동안 UNDP 서울 정책센터 활동의 핵심 기반이 되어 왔습니다. 이 프로그램은 단순하지만 강력한 생각에 기반합니다. 모든 해답을 가진 나라는 없습니다. 그러나 모든 나라는 다른 나라가 앞으로 나아가는 데 도움이 될 경험을 가지고 있습니다. 한국의 기관들과 전 세계 파트너들을 연결해 오면서 이 프로그램은 여러 기회를 창출했습니다. 동료 학습과 지식 교류, 또 남남 협력과 삼각 협력의 기회를 창출하여 지속 가능 발전 목표 달성을 지원해 왔습니다. 또 SDG 파트너십 프로그램의 핵심은 경험과 기회를 연결하는 데 있습니다. 이 프로그램은 기관들이 서로 배울 수 있는 장을 마련합니다. 또 실질적인 지식을 교환하고 그 교훈을 각자의 우선순위와 현실에 맞게 적용할 수 있도록 합니다. 이 협력의 성과는 단순히 정책 해법을 전달하는 것만으로 이루어진 것은 아닙니다. 오히려 각국의 강한 주인의식과 상호학습 그리고 공동의 목표를 향해 나아가는 기관들의 지속적인 협력을 통해서 성과를 거둘 수가 있었습니다. 국민권익위와 또 여러 파트너들과 함께 이러한 접근법을 바탕으로 점점 더 많은 국가에서 청렴도 평가와 부패 위험 평가, 또 신고자 보호와 디지털 부패 신고 시스템을 강화하는 노력을 지원해 왔습니다. 더욱 중요한 것은 이러한 협력이 관계와 신뢰를 구축했다는 점입니다. 또한 투명성과 책임성, 청렴성 증진을 위해 헌신하는 실무적 공동체를 형성하는 데 기여했습니다. 이러한 성과를 기념하는 동시에 우리는 한 가지 사실도 기억을 해야 합니다. 거버넌스 환경이 빠르게 변화하고 있다는 사실입니다. 디지털 기술과 또 인공지능 AI는 정부가 운영되는 방식을 변화시키고 있고 또한 시민들이 공공기관과 소통하는 방식도 바꿔나가고 있습니다. 기후변화는 새로운 거버넌스 과제를 야기하고 있습니다. 또 투명성과 책임성을 공공자원 관리에 있어서도 더욱 요구하게 되었습니다. 동시에 불평등은 여전히 지속되고 있습니다. 성별과 사회적 배제, 또 차별로 인한 불평등이 여전히 존재하며 이러한 불평등은 사람들이 제도와 상호작용하고 서비스에 접근하며 거버넌스 개혁의 혜택을 누리는 방식에 계속 영향을 미치고 있습니다. 이러한 흐름은 우리에게 일깨워 줍니다. 청렴은 단순히 부패를 예방하는 데 그치지 않는다는 점이죠. 청렴은 기관이 국민의 신뢰를 얻고 그 신뢰를 지속적으로 유지할 수 있게 해줍니다. 청렴은 효과적이고 포용적이며 신뢰받는 거버넌스를 뒷받침하는 토대이고 또 제도를 강화하고 공공 서비스를 개선하며 지속 가능 발전을 위한 기반을 마련해 줍니다. 이러한 주제들은 이번 포럼 전반에서 이루어질 논의에 반영이 될 것입니다. 향후 이틀 동안 우리는 지난 10년간의 협력과 교류를 통해 얻은 교훈을 함께 되돌아볼 것입니다. 또한 각국이 정책적 의지를 어떻게 지속적인 제도적 변화로 이어갈 수 있을지를 함께 논의를 할 것입니다. 또 정부와 감독기관 그리고 시민사회와 민간 부문이 보다 견실하고 청렴한 생태계를 조성하는 데 어떻게 기여할 수 있을지에 대해서도 이야기를 해보도록 하겠습니다. 아울러 디지털 기술을 통해서 투명성과 책임성을 높이고 또 동시에 권리와 국민의 신뢰를 어떻게 더 굳건히 할 수 있는지를 살펴보겠습니다. 무엇보다도 이번 포럼은 단지 과거를 되돌아보는 데 그치는 자리가 아닙니다. 우리가 지난 10년간의 성과를 기념하기 위해 이 자리에 모였지만 또 궁극적으로 우리는 앞으로의 10년을 향해서 나아가야 하고 우리의 시선은 미래를 향해 있어야 합니다. 저희 UNDP 서울 정책센터에게 있어서 이번 포럼은 SDG 파트너십 프로그램의 새로운 장을 함께 설계하는 중요한 기회입니다. 오늘날 각국이 직면한 거버넌스 과제는 10년 전 우리가 마주했던 과제와 확연히 다릅니다. 시능 기술과 변화하는 위험 그리고 투명성에 대한 높아지는 기대는 새로운 형태의 협력과 새로운 학습 방식을 요구합니다. 앞으로도 우리는 SDG 파트너십 프로그램, 즉 반부패 기술 지원 사업이 기관들을 연결하고 동료 학습을 촉진하며 또 각국이 실질적이고 현지 주도적인 해법을 통해 새롭게 등장하는 거버넌스 과제에 대응하도록 지원하는 플랫폼으로 계속 역할하기를 바랍니다. 저희 SDG 파트너십 프로그램의 다음 장을 결정하는 것은 우리가 공유하는 도구가 아니라 우리가 구축하는 파트너십과 함께 만들어내는 성과일 것입니다. 바로 그렇기 때문에 여러분의 이번 포럼 참여가 그만큼 중요한 것입니다. 끝으로 다시 한번 정의련 위원장님과 또 국민권익위원회 관계자 여러분께 이 중요한 이정표에 대해서 다시 한번 진심으로 축하의 말씀을 드립니다. 지난 10년은 파트너십을 통해 무엇을 이룰 수 있는지를 보여주었고 앞으로의 10년은 청렴이 어떠한 변화를 만들어낼 수 있는지를 보여줄 기회입니다. 그리고 이 여정의 새로운 장은 바로 이곳에서 시작됩니다. UNDP는 앞으로도 여러분과 함께하며 청렴을 강화하고 포용적이며 책임성 있는 거버넌스를 증진할 것입니다. 또한 지속 가능 발전 목표 달성을 향한 진전을 지원하는 데 전력을 다하겠습니다. 생산적이고 또 많은 영감을 주는 포럼이 되기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Director, for your
네, 앤 유프너 소장님 좋은 말씀 감사드립니다. 저희 모든 내빈들께 좋은 말씀을 전해주셨는데요. 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 지난 10년간 국민권익위원회와 UNDP 서울정책센터는 함께 이 SDG 파트너십 프로그램, 즉 반부패 기술 지원 사업을 통해서 세계 각국과 반부패 및 청렴 정책 경험을 공유하며 의미 있는 변화를 만들어냈습니다. 지금부터 그 여정을 돌아보는 성과 영상을 함께 시청하겠습니다.
Sustainable development begins with good governance, but corruption stands in the way, blocking progress and hope for many communities. Recognizing this challenge, United Nations Development Program and Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission of the Republic of Korea joined forces in 2015. Korea offers innovative and proven policy solutions that have advanced integrity and transparency. UNDP brings deep development expertise, strong local presence, and trusted partnerships worldwide. Together, this partnership unlocks unique opportunities for transformative impact. At the heart of this collaboration is the UNDP Seoul Policy Center's SDG Partnership Program, funded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Here, Korea's policy innovations are translated and tailored for international development contexts. These include comprehensive integrity assessment for public institutions, corruption risk assessment for legislation, the Clean Portal, a digital platform for reporting corruption and managing cases, and comprehensive whistleblower protection policies. Empowered by focused seed funding, expert guidance, and dynamic South-South and triangular cooperation, 14 countries have successfully adopted similar policy solutions, sparking institutional changes on the ground. Rather than simple replication, each initiative catalyzed broader institutional change tailored to national priorities and local contexts. So, Corruption Hotline 110 now serves as a reliable and efficient reporting channel for citizens. Faster response times and streamlined case management are driving more responsive public service delivery and improved institutional efficiency.
Гэжсэн энэ асуудлыг шийдвэрлэж нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хөгжлийн хөтөлбөр авилгатай тэнцэх газар ингэж хамтарч одоо боловсронгуй хүний ажиллагааг одоо хөнгөвчлсөн аль болох одоо олон сувгаар мэдээллийг үл авах боломжтой ийм системийг бол бүрдүүлсэн явдал бол чухал одоо энэ ашаал бүтэлтэй гэж үзэж байна. За зөвхөн энэ бол өргөдөл гомдол мэдээллийг хүлээж авахтай чухал биш. Энэ иргэдээс ирж байгаа өргөдөл гомдол мэдээлэл дээр тулгуурлаад аль салбарт авилгын эрсдэл өндөр байна вэ гэдгийг дүн шинжилгээ хийдэг. За энэ дээр өрөлдсөн сэргийлэхтэй холбоотой арга хэмжээг авдаг ийм ач холбогдолтой систем болж байгаад нь бол талархалтай байна гэж үзэж байна.
In Kosovo, digital reporting mechanisms have expanded public access to corruption reporting and strengthened institutional responsiveness. By providing a secure round-the-clock reporting channel in multiple languages, the new platform ensures equitable access for all communities. With this inclusive approach, the timely processing of reports and enhanced institutional capacity are catalyzing a more responsive era of digital anti-corruption governance.
We have learned that together we can make it. We have learned that partnership can have results. We have benefited from the experience of Korea. We have seen that experiences of other countries can be implemented as long as you take into consideration the local environment.
In Montenegro, the integrity assessment methodology is now a core function of the Agency for Prevention of Corruption, applied across more than 160 institutions in 5 high-risk sectors. By empowering institutional integrity managers, this enabled the agency to issue over 2,900 tailored, institution-specific governance recommendations. Montenegro's success was shared widely on the global stage, including the UNCAC conferences of the states parties sessions.
Together with our partners from United Nations Development Programme and with the unselfish support of Republic of Korea's Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission, we created an innovative, evidence-based methodology for assessing the implementation of anti-corruption measures.
In Sri Lanka, the local integrity assessment framework was successfully piloted across 51 institutions, enabling over 90% of them to establish or strengthen their reporting channels. Sri Lanka's IEA is formally anchored in government operations through a presidential circular, establishing 106 internal affairs units to lead these efforts.
Our partnership with the Republic of Korea offers a particularly strong example of the value of international cooperation. For the first time, Sri Lanka now has a structured mechanism through which the integrity efforts of public institutions can be assessed in a more consistent and purposeful manner, supporting stronger systems, greater accountability, and ultimately, deeper public confidence.
What began as knowledge exchange with Korea has evolved into a broader network of shared learning where partner countries exchanged experiences, inspired one another, and amplified impact across regions.
One of the most powerful aspects of regional cooperation is when progress in one neighboring country creates momentum for transformation in another. In this context, the experience of Uzbekistan has become especially valuable for Tajikistan. This partnership between the Republic of Korea and Central Asian countries demonstrates how reform experience can create a chain of regional progress built on trust, adaptation, and shared learning.
In a rapidly changing world driven by emerging technologies and shifting global dynamics, the foundations of good governance and integrity are more vital than ever. Guided by a decade of partnership and the lessons it has brought, UNDP and ACRC remain committed to building a more just, transparent, and accountable future for all.
Thank you very much. We are joined by many distinguished guests with us today to celebrate today's Korea UNDP Anti-Corruption International Forum. And some distinguished guests sent a warm congratulatory video remarks. And let's watch them one by one. Due to his official schedule, Speaker of the National Assembly of Korea, Jung Sik-jo, was unfortunately unable to join us in person. However, he has kindly sent a warm congratulatory video message for today's forum. Let's watch them together.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning. I am Cho Jong-sik, the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. I extend my sincere congratulations on the opening of the Korea UNDP International Anti-Corruption Forum. I would especially like to express my gratitude to Chairperson Cho Mi-ryun of the ACRC and Director Ann Eubner of the UNDP Seoul Policy Center and everyone involved in organizing this event. I also warmly welcome the delegations and experts from around the world who have traveled to Korea in support of the value of integrity. Corruption weakens public institutions, deepens inequality, and erodes trust, which lies at the foundation of democracy. The threat of corruption knows no borders. It is a challenge that the international community must address together. In response to this challenge, the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea has laid an institutional foundation, conflict of interest related to duties of public servants. Since 2015, these institutions and experiences have been shared with countries around the world through cooperation between ACRC and UNDP. After a decade of partnership, today's forum provides a meaningful opportunity to reflect on our cooperation thus far and envision the future of integrity. The National Assembly of the ROK will also fulfill its responsibilities to ensure that the cooperation built by the ACRC and the UNDP bears even greater fruit. The National Assembly will further expand parliamentary diplomacy and international solidarity so that integrity, a universal value of humanity, can take root in the laws and institutions of every country. I hope that the wisdom and experience shared at today's forum will serve as a firm stepping stone towards a more transparent and equitable future for the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again for your warm congratulatory remarks. And for last, we will conclude our congratulatory remarks with a video message from Mr. Kim Eun-pan, the former Secretary General of the United Nations. And this is the last video. Let's watch the video together.
Honorable Jung Il-yeon, Chairperson of the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission, Dr. An Yupna, Director of UNDP Seoul Policy Center, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great privilege to join this International Anti-Corruption Forum, albeit via video. We are gathered now to celebrate 10 years of steadfast commitment, the dedicated efforts that the Korean government and the UNDP have invested through the SDG Partnership Program, and to recognize the fruits of integrity that this impressive partnership has cultivated across the globe. Today, in the midst of multiple challenges, the partnership between the ACRC and the UNDP Seoul Policy Center is a good example of how international cooperation drives meaningful and tangible change. During my time as UN Secretary General, I visited many poverty-stricken countries around the world and confronted a painful truth. Corruption wastes not just economic resources, but also destroys trust, which is the most precious asset of any community. And ultimately, corruption leaves deep wounds on those who are the most vulnerable. Where corruption is rampant, neither sustainable development nor lasting peace can be guaranteed. Distinguished participants, today we are living in an era of rapid change under multiple crises. In particular, digital transformation and AI, artificial intelligence, offer us unprecedented benefits and convenience. Yet they also present emerging challenges, including AI-based invisible corruption. Technology itself is value neutral. It is always people who design and utilize the technology for our better future. If we fail to embed the transparency and accountability from the very first step of designing digital governance and AI, new technologies risk becoming instruments that conceal or even entrench corruption rather than combat it. I would call this integrity by design. Regardless of how times change or technologies evolve, one truth remains: what sustains a community is not a sophisticated algorithm, but the morality of those who animate as a system. Thus, integrity must go beyond the simple regulatory compliance. It must serve as the most powerful safeguard, ensuring that technological progress advances hand in hand with the common good of humanity. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I often cite the words, "If you want to go far, go together." Demanding the formidable walls of corruption to build a society of integrity cannot be achieved by any single leader or any single nation. Therefore, cooperation is a must. Our world can indeed genuinely change only when we stand against injustice and champion fairness from where we are positioned respectively. And integrity is not a matter of choice. It relates to our common future. In this regard, I hope that the innovative ideas and the spirit of powerful solidarity to be shared at this forum will ripple outward across the globe, serving as a true catalyst for expediting the advent of a more just and transparent world. Let us redouble our joint efforts to move forward a new decade that is more honest and equitable for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your warm congratulatory remarks. And this was our last video congratulatory message, but we will invite some of our distinguished guests up to the stage who are joining us in person for the next congratulatory remarks. And we will have the congratulatory remarks from Mr. Alexander Ducrot, Administrator of the UNDP. However, for today's forum, Ms. Ann Eupner, Director from UNDP Seoul Policy Center, will be delivering the remarks on his behalf. Please welcome her once again with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to share a statement of Mr. Alexander Ducrot, the Administrator of the United Nations Development Programme, together with his warm greetings to all participants. And I quote, "Distinguished Chairperson Jong Il-yeon, Excellencies, partners and colleagues, I am pleased to address the International Anti-Corruption Forum, a decade of partnership, a future of integrity, as we celebrate 10 years of collaboration between UNDP and the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission, ACRC, of the Republic of Korea. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the government of the Republic of Korea for its long-standing strategic partnership with UNDP, particularly to ACRC and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea for their decade-long support to UNDP's partner countries through our Seoul Policy Center SDG Partnership Program. This forum comes at an important moment. Every year, trillions of dollars are lost through corruption, illicit financial flows, fraud, and abuse. These losses weaken institutions, undermine trust, and divert resources away from the people and communities who need them most. At a time when countries face growing development challenges and widening financing gaps, integrity is not a luxury. It is a development imperative. Transparent, accountable, and effective institutions are essential to delivering public services, mobilizing resources, attracting investment, and advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. Over the past decade, UNDP and our partners in the Republic of Korea have demonstrated what international cooperation can achieve in this critical area through catalytic support anchored on knowledge exchange. Through the UNDP Seoul Policy Center and its SDG Partnership Program, Korea's development experience and expertise have been adapted and applied across diverse national contexts. Together, we have supported countries in strengthening integrity systems, protecting those who report wrongdoing, improving transparency, and building institutions that are more responsive and accountable to citizens. What makes this partnership particularly valuable is not just the transfer of solutions from one country to another. It is the exchange of experiences and lessons learned through trial and error. Lasting reforms cannot be copied and pasted. They must be adapted, owned, and sustained by the societies they are intended to serve. As we look ahead, allow me to highlight a few areas that will be critical to advancing integrity and accountable governance in the years to come. First, we must continue to strengthen institutions from paper to practice. Laws and policies matter, but real progress depends on implementation. Sustainable reform requires institutions with clear mandates, adequate resources, capable personnel, and the trust of the people they serve. Too often, reforms succeed on paper but fail in practice. Our task is to close that gap. Second, we must invest in evidence-based anti-corruption action. Without reliable data, corruption remains difficult to understand and address. Countries need stronger capacities to measure integrity risks, access what works, and use evidence to guide reform. Better data leads to better decisions, stronger institutions, and greater public trust. Third, we must harness digital transformation with integrity. Digital technologies and artificial intelligence offer significant opportunities to improve transparency, strengthen oversight, and enhance service delivery. At the same time, innovation must be accompanied by safeguards that protect rights, promote inclusion, and maintain accountability. Technology should strengthen trust, not undermine it. Digital transformation must be fast, but trust must be built to last. Fourth, we must place people at the center of governance reform. Integrity is ultimately about improving people's lives. The true measure of governance is not what is written in law, but what people experience in their daily lives. This means ensuring access to information and justice, protecting whistleblowers and those who speak out against wrongdoing, and creating institutions that are responsive, inclusive, and accountable to all. The discussions we will partake in through today and tomorrow reflect many of the issues that will shape the future of governance: digital transformation, evolving integrity systems, and new risks associated with increasingly complex societies and economies. They also remind us that no country can address these challenges alone. Partnerships, peer learning, and South-South and triangular cooperation remain essential for turning knowledge into action and reform into results. I'm confident that the momentum gained from this forum will generate practical ideas and renewed partnerships that will help advance transparent, accountable, and inclusive governance around the world. UNDP remains committed to working alongside governments, institutions, civil society, and the private sector to strengthen integrity, rebuild trust, and deliver tangible results for people. I wish you a productive and successful forum. Thank you. End of quote.
Thank you very much for your wonderful message. And last but not least, it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Tina Kim, Second Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Korea, to the stage for her congratulatory remarks. Welcome her with a big round of applause.
Chairperson Chung Il-yeon of the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission, Director Ann Eupner of the UNDP Seoul Policy Center, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to join you this forum as we mark 10 years of partnership between the Republic of Korea and UNDP, a partnership that has made a real differences in strengthening public integrity and improving people's lives. Korea's development is often called as a miracle, but behind it actually lies more than industrialization and export-led growth. It also reflects a sustained efforts to build capable, transparent, and accountable institutions. Markets need predictable rules, policy needs public trust, investment needs fairness, integrity then is not a peripheral to development. Indeed, it is one of its core foundations. Corruption wastes more than public resources. It erodes trust, distorts incentives, and raises the hidden cost of doing business. Clean governance does the opposite. It builds a state capacity, credibility, and fair environment for investment. This is why anti-corruption is not merely an ethical matter. It is a central condition for sustainable development. Well, Korea's own experience reflects this lesson. We have steadily strengthened our institutional safeguards, from conflict of interest rules for public officials and legal protection for whistleblowers, and to annual integrity assessments across public institutions. Through our 10-year partnership with the UNDP, these experiences have traveled beyond our borders. Korea's integrity assessment systems has been adapted in Vietnam, Malaysia, and Sri Lanka, and our Clean Portal reporting platform has inspired similar systems in Uzbekistan, Mongolia, and Kosovo. These tools already point to where the future of integrity system is heading, one shaped increasingly by technology. Even the best designed institutions still face information asymmetries and the difficulty of detecting risks early. This is where AI and digital technology, the theme of the second day of this forum, can help. Reducing those gaps, flagging risks sooner, and making reporting channels more accessible. But technology must serve trust, not actually replace it. AI must remain transparent in design, accountable in use, and guided by human oversight. At the same time, technology is not a substitute for institutions themselves. Strengthening the rules, safeguards, and oversight bodies that underpin integrity must remain our continued priority. AI can support this effort, but it is not a replacement for it. So together we can build an inclusive, integrated ecosystem that expands across the public services, protects the fairness, and accelerates programs toward the SDGs. The Korean government will remain committed, a partner in this effort. So today's forum is more than a celebration of the past decade. It's a chance to define what comes next. A partnership that links integrity with development, institution reform with public trust, and technology with accountability. So together, let us renew our commitment to a more transparent, accountable, and sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister Kim, for your thoughtful congratulatory remarks. And please give her another warm round of applause. Now this is the end of our congratulatory remarks session, and we will move on to the keynote speech session. Our keynote speaker today, Ms. Kim Young-lan, former chairperson of the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission, is an iconic figure in the Korean legal community. And notably, she served as the first ever female Supreme Court justice in the history of Korean judiciary and drafted the Improper Solicitation and Graft Act, which is widely known as the Kim Young-lan Act, which has elevated our society's fairness and transparency to a whole new level. Today, she'll deliver her keynote speech under the theme, From Law to Culture, How Integrity Becomes a Society's Common Language. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our former chairperson, Kim Young-lan, to the stage with a big round of applause.
Honorable Chairperson Chung Il-yeon of the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission, ACRC, and Director Ann Eubner of the UNDP Seoul Policy Center, Vice Minister Kim Jin-ah of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and distinguished colleagues in the global anti-corruption community who have traveled a far distance to join us today. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all. Today, we have gathered to celebrate the past 10 years during which the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission, the ACRC, and UNDP have worked together to advance integrity, a universal value shared by all humanity across the world. Throughout my career as a judge and later as the chairperson of the ACRC, I've continually reflected on one fundamental question: what truly makes a society trustworthy? And today's gathering is an opportunity to look back on the achievements and lessons of the past decade as we have sought answers to this question, and to bring together our collective wisdom on how we should rewrite the language and framework of integrity for the decade ahead. As someone who was present at the beginning of that journey, I would like to share a story with you today. So this takes us back to the end of the Korean War in 1950. Around that period, Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world with a per capita national income of only $67. Korea began its journey amid the ruins of war and on a divided peninsula. Korea subsequently achieved remarkable economic growth within a single generation. It accomplished in just half a century the industrialization that advanced Western countries had taken hundreds of years to achieve. However, behind the rapid growth lay a profound dark side. In the course of its rapid development, Korea did not have sufficient room to devote adequate attention to transparency and ethics. And under the name of Cheong, paternalistic leniency based on personal ties were justified, favoritism justified in the name of personal connections, and systemic corruption justified as customary practice were disguised in a language of supposed virtues such as courtesy in giving gifts to one's superiors and loyalty in granting favors requested by acquaintances. But this is not a story unique to Korea. Similar practices may be found in countries around the world, albeit under different names and in different forms. Then in 1997, Korea was struck by the Asian financial crisis and turned to the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, for assistance. When we examined the causes of that crisis, we were confronted with opaque corporate governance, collusion between political and business interests, and corruption at the heart of it all. The economy had grown. However, Korea had not been able to build sufficiently trustworthy institutions to underpin and sustain that growth. The crisis was deeply painful, but it left us with a clear lesson. Sustainable development must be built on transparency, fairness, and public trust, and that economic growth cannot conceal corruption. Thereafter, alongside growing international cooperation against corruption, including developments surrounding the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention in 1999, civil society organizations and academia began to lead efforts to enhance transparency across the Korean society. As a result, Korea enacted in 2001 the Anti-Corruption Act and established a dedicated anti-corruption body in 2002, ratified the UN Convention Against Corruption in 2008, and adopted the G20 Anti-Corruption Action Plan at the Seoul Summit in 2010. The wave of integrity that began in the private and civic sectors led to the establishment of legal and institutional frameworks, the creation of a dedicated anti-corruption agency, and expanded international cooperation against corruption. From this period onward, a range of anti-corruption policies began to emerge, policies that our colleagues from partner countries gathered here today have adapted and allowed to flourish in ways suited to their own national contexts, which include the comprehensive integrity assessment of public institutions, the corruption impact assessment, the Clean Portal, and systems for protecting and rewarding whistleblowers. After establishing these institutions, Korea did not choose simply to impose harsher punishment or conduct more frequent crackdowns. Rather, we could see a creation of a virtuous cycle to further improve the institutions. And Korea has been working with the institutions, the experts, and the Korean people to monitor and improve what we have. And also we have annual anti-corruption plans and policies that improvement plans that we put into place. And so we analyze in advance what we have, and also we have the integrity assessment so that we can assess the overall integrity level of the public sector, and this enables the public institutions to lead the way in improving their integrity level. There is also strengthened training provided to the public sector employees, and also we have been creating contents to enhance the awareness of the people on integrity. So as you can see, we have not just established the institutions and the legislations, but we have continuously improved them and have also created the training. So we have created an integrity ecosystem. That is when the institutions truly become effective. I served as the third chairperson of the ACRC, and during my time, I was able to come up with the anti-graft law. I helped draw up the draft. The trust of the people can only be strengthened when we can see that there is transparency and fair public activities and institutions in place. But graft and bribery and also external relationships and personal ties can hurt the integrity. And so during that time in Korea, when there was bribery provided, there had to be something given in exchange in order to have the bribery be considered a crime and be punished. So I thought that we had to make sure that we improve what we have existing in Korea, and also we wanted to make sure that people were given the autonomy to refuse. So people started to say that we are not able to receive such bribery because the law says that this is not possible, that this would violate the law. And also, I wanted to make sure that we had the law to serve as a social safety net. I wanted to make sure that this law was not just a simple regulation, but that this law can lead to cultural changes and behavioral changes. The law provides the basic standards, but those standards has to be internalized and has to be naturally safeguarded and upheld. I wanted to make sure that we have the institutions in place so that people can autonomously promote integrity. However, in the process of legislation, there was strong backlash because people thought that this would hurt the culture of Chung in Korea, that this was unconstitutional. There was media backlash and also opposition from the political sector as well. The anti-corruption sector colleagues present here today probably have similar experiences. There were things that people are accustomed to, and if we say that that is wrong, then people will turn their backs. So we had to fight against with such sentiments in society. Today, we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the SDG partnership, and we were able to accomplish a lot during the past decade. So we can see that the reporting numbers have considerably increased, and also we can see that the perception of the people about the integrity of the public sector has greatly improved as well. This was made possible because now people trust the institutions in place, and it also shows that people are actually utilizing the institutions that have been established. Of course, there are some things that cannot be explained by figures alone. People will not report if they believe that reporting will lead to punishment or disadvantages. But if they can see that a single reporter or whistleblower can be protected, then this will lead to 10 more people reporting these corruptions. And so in Korea, we have been making efforts to make sure that a single person can experience such protection. We have been able to review on some of the risks attached to possible corruption. And through the Clean Portal, we were able to promote reporting, and also through the protection of the whistleblowers, we were able to ensure that the reports can be handled and the reporters' safety can be ensured. However, in order for these institutions to really be effective, we needed one more thing, and that was to ensure that the handling of the reporting and also those who are in charge of the work at the field has their capacity strengthened. There has been efforts to support the audit agencies and organizations within each agencies, and also we have been supporting and inducing the institutions to enhance their own integrity level. There has been a government-wide approach so that there can be greater implementation of the institutions for promoting integrity. However, there is one more thing that I believe is quite important. When there is unjust requests made, I wanted to make sure that people can refuse, saying that this violates the law. We needed to create this kind of a society and sentiment and culture. Refusal is no longer seen as a desire to sever a relationship or as a cold-hearted choice of an individual lacking jung. It has become a confident declaration that we are protecting one another. And it's not just the improper solicitation and graft act alone, the many systems that we have built together, and also including the various comprehensive integrity assessment of public institutions that you all have worked tirelessly to establish in your countries, the Clean Portal and the whistleblower protection and reward systems and the corruption impact assessment are all grounded in the same policy. We are joined here today by anti-corruption experts and practitioners. Although we have different institutions throughout the world, I do believe that we share the same value. And corruption exists in every society, but it takes different forms in each one. In some countries, it manifests itself through appeals to tribal solidarity, in others through practices of political patronage, and elsewhere through informal economic activity driven by the need for survival. For this reason, anti-corruption strategies must also be designed to reflect the specific context of each society. What Korea can share is not any particular institution or system in itself. Rather, it is a deeply held conviction as to why the struggle is necessary. So it's more of a philosophical conviction as well. In many countries, discussions on anti-corruption reform are often met with the following response. At this stage, economic development must take priority over integrity. And yes, Korea once thought the same way. However, the 1997 financial crisis taught us that this belief was mistaken. The most important message that Korea's experience offers to you is this. Integrity is not a luxury reserved for advanced countries. It is a prerequisite for becoming one. Korea did not first achieve economic growth and then become a society of greater integrity. There have been long-standing efforts to strengthen integrity and transparency, and this in turn led to sustainable economic growth. This lies at the very heart of the partnership between the UNDP Seoul Policy Center and the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission over the past decade. Over the past 10 years, we have explored how Korea's anti-corruption experience can operate, adapt, and evolve in different settings around the world. Rather than simply translating and transferring Korea's institutions and systems as they are, we have sought to ensure that the value of integrity can take root within the language and context of each country. Together, we have learned through trial and error and worked to identify solutions suited to each country's unique circumstances. Distinguished colleagues, I am deeply moved to see, through all of you gathered here today, that people across the world have embraced this shared value and worked together to uphold it. As you know very well, a world free from corruption cannot be achieved overnight. It is a long journey built upon countless small acts of ensuring that every person we encounter receives what is rightfully theirs. And laws and institutions serve as milestones along that journey. Yet, even more powerful than institutions are the voices of citizens who aspire for change. And these voices have been the strongest root sustaining integrity and transparency in the Korean society. As we look towards the next 10 years amid a rapidly changing technological landscape, I hope that the discussions we have shared here today will serve as a catalyst for developing more sophisticated tools for promoting integrity and more effective models of cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, former Chairperson Kim, for your truly insightful and profound keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her another big round of applause. Next, we will proceed to our second keynote speech. Our speaker is Mr. Daniel Kaufman, Senior Fellow at Result for Development and the Brookings Institutions, and co-founder and President Emeritus of the Natural Resource Governance Institute. He is a world-renowned economist and one of the world's leading authorities on governance and anti-corruption. He formerly served as Director of Global Governance at the World Bank and is widely recognized for developing the worldwide governance indicators, which have become the global benchmark for assessing governance. And through his exceptional insights, we'll have a valuable opportunity to examine the evolution of the global anti-corruption movement. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. It is first very humbling to come after the footstep of the eminent Honorable Supreme Court Justice and what she gave. So I'm humbled. I'm humbled also and honored by this invitation and by the presence of ministers, the heads of ACRC, of UNDP here, and the program that they have jointly done with the government of Korea, and all the present people that have come, participants from many countries in the world. And so with that, and without giving sufficient credit to many of you that are here because of the issue of time, and apologies in advance, let me get going with my presentation, which it's going to cover this outline in terms of going through a journey, a little bit of what you did. We both have gray hair, of 3 decades of the global anti-corruption drive. I will start, which has been an arc. The perspective is going to be from the official multilateral organizations. I worked for a long time at the World Bank, so there'll be a bit of a bias there, but that may help also putting in perspective also this great partnership initiative between UNDP and the government of Korea, the SDG partnership. Then we will discuss the journey, a journey that I have been part of all these decades, from first corruption and the particular focus on it, then to broadening it to governance, because one cannot fight corruption by just fighting corruption, we said from the very early days, and then from governance to state capture, which has been a conceptual and empirical journey. We will let the data do a bit of the talking, in complementing many of the comments and remarks that have been made by the previous speakers, but putting it into empirics, into a bit of data. And then we'll discuss in brief 2 frontier challenges that have been mentioned already, but it will be part also of other sessions. So I'll be very brief and not do full justice, like many other issues, because of the lack of time and the breadth of this presentation. One being climate change and the energy transition, and its links to state capture and governance, and the second is AI. But again, we will be very brief, and then we will go through some path to state capture, prevention, and recovery in brief also, and the takeaways for the road ahead looking ahead into the future, some suggestions for further discussion during these 2 days of this great conference. At the beginning of the journey, just as a personal note, when I was doing my PhD dissertation, which was on poverty and what to do about it, and how did the very poor survive in urban areas. This is part of the work I was doing in a great and interesting city in Colombia, Cartagena, with two totally contrasting worlds. We're talking about the 1980s, the early 1980s, and the inequality in wealth, just 1-2 kilometers from each other between the rich place by the beach and then the rest of the people and hundreds of thousands living in the swamp on the other hand. Of course, it led to questions beyond economics. I was doing a PhD in economics, and it didn't take rocket science to realize that issues of governance, issues of corruption, issues of politics were extremely important as well. So from early on, that realization was very important, and the issues of capture were also important from very on. Similarly, in my early days, mid-80s, in the World Bank, going to work and assess what was happening with a huge project. Second largest shoe factory in the world was being supposedly built in Morogoro, which is a town in Tanzania in the mountains. Well, do you see the factory in the picture? No. Well, I didn't either at first. And eventually a huge building was built, which is seen here in the background of this picture. And ultimately, this factory produced 7 pairs of shoes. I even saw what they were doing, and the nails were coming out. It was a typical case of a white elephant. Again, at that time, it was clear that the answer to this was not just purely technocratic economics, that there were serious issues and monies that had disappeared and so on. So already that was a way. But at the time, we couldn't write or talk about corruption at the World Bank because officially there was a prohibition area. We call it the C ... era because we could only write C ... We couldn't spell it out in official documents because I was considered by the legal advice as interference in domestic affairs. So when I went to Ukraine, I was asked to be the first director, the first head of the program and the mission in Ukraine for the World Bank when it becomes independent, 1991, 1992. And almost quietly, without major communication with the World Bank headquarters, we started measuring. We started doing surveys at the request and in collaboration with the reformist minister, who wanted to understand this issue of corruption, which we realized was extremely important. So already there, in the early 90s, we were getting data, both from Russia and Ukraine. We would do surveys of firms and find out how much firms had to pay in bribes to get a registration, to get online installation, and so on. And this was still in the prohibition era at the World Bank, but because the minister had asked me, I had a bit of protection, but we would get scolded for doing at the time. And then, fast forward many years later, it's discovered when one president in the Maidan Revolution had to flee. He had been installed by the president of Russia, Putin there. He had to flee back to Russia after the uprising and civil society getting involved, and they discovered a secret palace in the outside of Kiev that people didn't know about, that had been built for the president with complete corruption. What you see on the right in that window is that people were invited to see how this corruption was playing out in that. So that's basically the early days, and just to give a picture of that. But let us now get into the substance. And I cannot do full justice to this analysis because of time. I promise everything that I will show, and quickly it will be shared to whoever is interested later as a presentation. But this is just to say that an anti-corruption drive globally cannot be seen linearly and as a steady progression and so on. In fact, it has been an arc, and there have been particular different areas. And this is a synthesis of the global multilateral effort with a bit of the bias from the World Bank. So pre-1996, because 1996 is a very important moment when the president of the World Bank, the new president Jim Wolfensohn, comes in and gives a very famous cancer of corruption speech at the annual meetings here in Asia, in fact. And before 1996, basically, the notion was there was complete silence. And that was the silent or taboo era, as we say. But I think there is historical correction that is important. There was an initiative in 1995 that has been kept very much under the rug, and that was the Organization of American States adopted a convention already in late 1995 for a variety of reasons, and anti-corruption. So that's why I call it here the silence era, but with an asterisk up to 96, because we should not anymore say that nothing had happened there in the multilateral area. But then in 1996, it starts, and it's basically the build-up era, the launch, the naming of anti-corruption, major dissemination. But it's a start. Our indicator data work gets going, and that's when also other organizations like the Asian Development Bank, UNDP, start their work, as well as what we do with diagnostics and others. But then in the early 2000s up to 2008 is a peak institutionalization of this major drive, with a lot of resources being put into that. In fact, a very important initiative by 7 multilateral development institutions, World Bank, Asian Development Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, start the work towards a common sanctions framework, which exists until today, and not only that, has been very effective. But then after 2008, that arc starts plateauing. And there are distractions for different reasons, including governance issues at the leadership in the World Bank, and so on. And that's also the time of the financial crisis, 2008, 2009, which is another distractions. And there's a weakening of the resolve, weakening also in the allocation rules at the World Bank in terms of governance and the corruptions. At the same time, these 7 institutions, the MDBs, continue strengthening their sanctions regime with cross-listing or cross-debarment and so on. So it's not all negative at all. It's mixed, but it's a plateauing. And then we get to the next era, because this is not linear at all, after 2015 until 2019, where there is a weakening and there is a mainstreaming where instead of having dedicated functions, governance, anti-corruption, this has to be embedded in the rest of the work, but lending and other objectives become more important, and it becomes much more technocratic, supply side oriented, more computers and that type of work. Things that are important, but there is a weakening, becomes more implicit, the approach to anti-corruption and related. But that's a very important time when new partnerships also start emerging, including and especially worth mentioning the ACRC and UNDP one, as we see during that era. By the 2020, we have a new era because of the major shock, the COVID shock, and there's a narrowing then on the focus in terms of corruption by these organizations, and then we get to the present era, where there's been a significant geopolitical fragmentation and a retrenchment from a global commitment on anti-corruption. And I'm speaking here in general terms about global. Of course, there are exceptions and there are great examples of still working, but in terms of the general arc, and I'm emphasizing, and very frankly, because that makes it even more important, the effort and the 10 years that are mentioned in this table of this type of partnerships that you are celebrating today, honoring today. So it's much more, but I cannot do full justice. Now, this is very initial, and just as a proxy of the arc I just mentioned, if one does, thanks to AI, a word count of corruption, anti-corruption, and focus on corruption in the World Bank annual reports, which are usually the same length every year, this is the picture that emerges, which almost dovetails this more substantive conceptual narrative. This doesn't prove anything, but it's illustrative. And I have other data which I will not be able to share now for time, that also backs up not only World Bank counts, but counts in books through Google Ngram as to the focus on corruption, how this has had an arc as well. But one of the achievements from all this time, which has remained, if we may say so, is the focus already from the early days on the notion that to address corruption seriously, one had to look at the systemic fundamental drivers of it. And because of that, one had to look at the governance system within the country. And that's why we developed already in the mid to late 90s with ARCRE at the World Bank, and when it was there, the Worldwide Governance Indicators. I will only mention very briefly, so to flesh it out, what we were talking about and what's all about, seeing governance as a set of institutions and norms by which authority in a country's exercise. But that needs to be unpacked, unbundled. And it's unbundled into three key clusters: the political cluster, the economic cluster, and the institutional respect cluster. And the political cluster, we unpack it into two measurable indicators for it, which is voice and democratic accountability, measuring the extent to which in a country that exists or doesn't exist, freedom of association, freedom of the press, elections, and so on. And the other very important element in the political, which is different, is extent of political stability and absence of major violence and terrorism. Second, under the more economic cluster is the capacity of government to formulate and implement policies and basically provide public services to the citizens. And that again reflects two major functions of government. Basically, the effectiveness of the bureaucracy and the government in providing those public goods and public service, and the other, which is a very different function, is the quality of the regulatory regime. And third, last but not least, is institutional respect, basically, of the citizens and the state for the institutions that govern interactions. And that's the quality of the rule of law, and as well as control of corruption. And what this does also, it's not only it allows, if one wants to work on controlling corruption, to see, well, what's happening with rule of law, what's happening with regulatory equality, what's happening with the drivers of that, but it allows also to distinguish these notions. Rule of law is not the same as control of corruption, and so on, and give it a technique. It's all in the web now, enormous data from the 1996 and until now, When it's very dark, it means that it's a model for the world and in doing very well. For instance, here is for control of corruption. One can zoom. If one zooms to my own region, for full disclosure, I'm from Chile, one can see the whole spectrum in a region. So the whole notion, the whole spectrum between Uruguay, which is the best now, even better than my country, Chile, and Venezuela, which is the other extreme, which challenges the notion, the typical popular notion that one can generalize about a region. Basically, there's as much diversity in a region as is in between different regions and so on. So that doesn't make sense. With this type of data, we also manage to look into the effects of high corruption and misgovernance, rule of law, and also even state capture and so on. And that's where we found an enormous causal link going from basically addressing corruption, making progress on the one hand, and then a country developing and increasing its income per capita by 3 times over the long term. So we found also, this is on average, of course, and similar impact on better impact on education, less infant mortality, democracy, and so on. So this backstops what our eminent Supreme Court Justice mentioned before. But then this journey from corruption to understanding governance led to also this work that we did with Joel Hellman of understanding this larger and even more insidious challenge related to both, which is state capture. So what we were talking about state capture, which has become so relevant nowadays, the contrast between traditional administrative corruption, which is essentially getting around the implementation of the rules of the game, skirting the rules of the game, versus state capture, which is the formation or shaping the rules of the game by the economic and political influential at the expense of the public and the public good. So shaping, basically forming the institutions, the budget, the accountability. So the focus shifts from the corrupt public servant, which was always finger-pointed and accused in the past, to the economic and political influential captor. This captor can be a powerful non-state actor, private, could be a mafia, or it could be a politician, or it could be both, colluding, which is becoming more and more prevalent in many countries today. And state capture, that's another distinguishing feature, can be legal by design, even if it's far from ethical. It's a fundamental driver of socioeconomic and political outcomes, and it can lead to a rethink of the definition of corruption, the traditional one, which we can discuss then later in the context. And we developed then, recently I developed an index for state capture because that had never been done in the past, so we felt it was very important to do it. It's initial, it's the first step, but already a couple of years old. And very interestingly, it comes with significant differences in measuring the traditional corruption, whether through the governance indicator or Transparency International on the one hand, and measuring state capture. They're not the same in terms of measures either. And there are some countries where traditional corruption, administrative bureaucratic corruption, which is what the focus has been, is higher than state capture, like in Greece, for instance, and in Spain. But then there are countries where exactly the opposite. One of those is mine. Chile has very low typical traditional corruption, much higher in terms of the degree of capture by the elite. Another is the United States, which it's not that surprising, and that has been for a while, UK, and so on. And we see this in this graph. The other major finding or important finding in this is that by not having looked at state capture and only traditional corruption, we biased our perception as to the extent of the problem in the south versus the rich north. Basically, the richer countries do suffer. If you take into account state capture, this is also a rich country, an industrialized country type of challenge. So we see that type of bias in this type of comparison. Over time, very quickly, for issues of time again, if we look at the evolution of state capture, it's interesting in the case of the United States, which relatively speaking, I put the graph only up to 40, 100 is a maximum state capture, so it's all relative here. But the US has seen an evolution in the wrong direction already for some decades, of course, in recent years, and the data now goes on until 2022. It saw a bit of a spike and depends also on a different administration and so on. And well, Chile has remained at that level for some time. Contrast that with a country we don't hear that much about, Uruguay, which is very low, and of course Norway is a benchmark, just to put a benchmark. Of course, if one goes to other regions of the world, and there I have to show up to 100, the index, what has happened, we know what has happened in countries like Russia, in Turkey, and until very recently Hungary, but now we would expect Hungary to turn around. While Ukraine went with Russia and the same, and I witnessed that, I lived there, and they very similar types of state capture until 2013 and so on, and then it started declining, but still significant. This work caught the attention of both, among others, Financial Times, The Economist, and so on. So this is not just data I'm showing on the site, but it is out there and totally publicly available, but has to be treated quietly. Quickly, it's very important to unpack and unbundle state capture also, like we did for governance, because it can be very broad and have different elements which go well beyond our notions of traditional corruption. So basically, for simplicity, 5 main pillars which are targets of capture. And depending on the diagnosis on each country, one has to look where the main vulnerabilities are. In some countries, right now, all 5 are very vulnerable, are under risk. One is the whole constitutional rule of law pillar, the parliament, the high court being captured, intelligence services, military, and so on. The second is economic policy and administrative pillar, public finances, the budget, the tax, the central bank, civil service, regulatory agencies. The third pillar, which is very important as part of a capture plan by the captors, is the dismantling of the anti-corruption framework, anti-money laundering, the norms and the laws. Fourth, and very important, and we economists don't pay sufficient attention to it, is the cultural, informational, and cognitive capture that is taking place. And we'll discuss it briefly soon. It relates to also AI, the media, and so on. And fifth, last but not least, and particularly from very powerful countries when they capture, there is a transnational element. And we have heard all the discussions about the Greenland and basically Russia, Ukraine, and so on, which has a sectoral element too, because natural resources and also finance, trade, tariffs also are at the core of that. All this has direct consequences, huge socioeconomic and development costs, we saw a bit before, and it's likely a multiple of the cost of traditional corruption because it's shaping, forming, and deforming the rules of the game. It's not just a bribe to get around a rule. And this undermines civil and political rights, democracy, and it unprotects our planet. Regarding the unprotecting our planet, I ran this empirical work. It is again initial, it's work in progress, and we see the very close link between the extent of state capture in a country which is more captured, there will be a major block, a major break in terms of the energy transition. So, and this basically is not just merely a correlation, it's because capture is behind that. In fact, again, I won't go through all the details here to be able to finish more or less on time, but the way to address and diagnose in a country as a suggestion of how capture blocks climate action, it could be through the 5 pillars I just mentioned before, the 5 main pillars of state capture. So what's happening in constitutional rule of law? Are the capture courts, the regulators, and permit bodies weakening the environmental reviews and so on? In terms of the economic policy and administrative pillar, the capture budget and tax policy, are fossil fuel subsidies still persisting, and so on. Dismantling anti-corruption in terms of weakened state-owned enterprise oversight. There's a famous case of the whole state capture episode in South Africa, which has been studied, and I've been also involved in that. And then they say cultural information, while the climate disinformation, basically the climate change denial, which is AI amplified, and on transnational and sectoral, what the fossil fuel lobbying did basically for the COP in Baku and so on is also an example of that. Now, one positive or constructive implication of these is, if one view climate failure as a capture failure, is that anti-corruption agencies and other agencies like that could screen climate finance for captured rule setting and budget allocation, and not just focus on procurement fraud, which is important, obviously, but there's more to that. Let me have a word now on AI and state capture, and then I will be concluding in a couple of minutes. So basically, the AI and state capture, which leads, and it was mentioned before regarding corruption also, and AI, leads us all to a completely new era, which we'll be discussing in a specialized session, so I will be very brief and listen carefully to the experts before that will come for us. But essentially to say that, again, there is the aspect here on cognitive and narrative capture, because the algorithms are performing a narrative from the elite previously done, in fact, the role played by the capture media, but at a much greater scale than before. There is a whole aspect of norm setting and regulatory capture. The governments are becoming increasingly dependent on a few AI and cloud providers, and some of them are shaping the rules that are meant to govern themselves. Then there's electoral and democratic risks through micro-targeting, influencing networks. I'm sure we'll hear more about that. And then, speaking frankly, there is the big AI, some of the few very big AI companies are a new candidate of a captor class. Usually we focus on captors, the oligarch in such and such a country, or sometimes it could be the head of state in an increasingly autocratic nation. But so far it's been a human, but the big AI companies in themselves could be the case. Now, at the same time, we ought to recognize that AI has the potential to combat state capture and grand corruption. Asset tracing, beneficial ownership is very important in this context, and detecting procurement collusion and so on. But there are two sides of the coin. Hungary is a very, very interesting case study, and we just had a major webinar on this with Hungarians and Sri Lanka and South Africa and so on, learning the lessons of that. And so that will be a very interesting case study on both the risks of state capture and linked to AI and the opportunities emerging now that Hungary is in the process of trying to revert the state capture that happened over 16 years. I will not go through the elements of a potential diagnostic to prevent and address state capture. Just trust me that we're working on that, and there are very concrete ways of going through these, and we'll develop a whole instrument that has to look at the contextual element, including these diagnostic and vulnerabilities. Multi-stakeholder participation is extremely important in all this process, not only government, but civil society. The role of industry and financial sector getting involved in these programs is very important, and there are specific areas of diagnostic that need to be looked at, which relate to the 5 pillars I mentioned before. So allow me now to do the concluding reflections after this admittedly relatively superficial and quick overview. Corruption and state capture are analytically and practically distinct. Both are important, but in the next decade, it's really important, I think, I submit, that the field must measure and address both, shifting the balance and also seeing the links between both, because at the end of the day, corruption is a symptom of major institutional failure, and grand corruption is a symptom of state capture. State capture doesn't just happen only on weak states or in this global south. It's rising, in fact, in some very powerful high-income countries as well, and that has global implications. One of them is the geopolitical fragmentation that I discussed in the ARC on anti-corruption, and why we have a major challenge nowadays in terms of a global consensus of continue ahead on this area. Climate and artificial intelligence are not just separate frontier risk. I discussed them separately, but they both basically have a common denominator because they're about undue influence, i.e. capture, and how to have checks on both so to make progress both on with the AI front and also on the urgent climate issues we have. AI, as we discussed, is a double-edged force for capture, a new major risk to the rules of the game, but if it's well-resourced, it could be a major tool to detect and have a break or blunt it. And before last, I wanted to also mention, because it's so important, these peer-to-peer learning and global sound collaboration initiatives, as in the USPC model and your model, can be very effective. And it's very important to learn from that. And it may be important, and let me put it on the table, to consider broadening the scope, not just from administrative tools, which are important, but also to involve aspects of capture prevention and recovery. And in this context of basically learning from the global south and recognizing that, I want to go back to the very beginning, that in fact, this whole anti-corruption drive did not just start with Jim Wolfensohn, the World Bank, and us in 1996. The Latin America and OAS, because US was also involved, had a role already in 1995 to show again the importance of the South in this, and the importance, again, I emphasize, of a participatory approach. And last but not least, prevention. Prevention matters enormously in this field. It's like in health, that prevention is so much more effective than the cure. Capture, state capture, and now increasingly with data tools, diagnostic tools, can be diagnosed in real time. And if there is audacity in exposing and acting on it, I know it's sensitive, but exposing and acting on it, that has been shown, like in the case of Hungary recently, and in Sri Lanka, in South Africa, with evidence, now progress is now possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaufman, for sharing your invaluable insights and global perspectives with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him another big round of applause. Dr. Kaufman talked about the anti-corruption evolution, global lessons learned, frontier challenges, and path forward. Our second keynote speaker offered a wide-ranging look at how anti-corruption efforts have developed across the world. And we'd like to move on to the group photo session with our distinguished guests. The photo session will be conducted in 2 rounds. First, I'd like to invite our distinguished guests up to the stage for the first group photo. Please come up to the stage as I call upon each of them. I'd like to invite Chairperson Jung Il-yeon from the ACRC. Please come up to the stage for the group photo session. And Director Ann Yufner from UNDP Seoul Policy Center. Yes, you can follow the instructions of our staff. And second Vice Minister Kim Jin-ah from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea. Former Chairperson Ms. Kim Young-lan of ACRC and former Supreme Court Justice of Korea. Vice Chairperson Han Sam-seok and Secretary General of the ACRC. Also Vice Chairperson Lee Myung-sun for Anti-Corruption of ACRC. Dr. Daniel Kaufman, Senior Fellow at Results for Development and Brookings Institution. Director Il Bulashikai, Agency for Prevention of Corruption of Kosovo. Executive Director Mele Mangesi of the Office of the Anti-Corruption Commissioner of Tonga. And for last, Director General Ranga Disanayaka from the Commission to investigate allegations of bribery or corruption from Sri Lanka. So we will have 2 rounds, and we will first have a group photo session with the main camera, and then we will give another chance for our foreign press photographer to take the video. So we'll have a group photo session with the main camera first. Look at the main camera first. 저희 메인 카메라 한번 먼저 밝은 미소로 바라봐 주시면 감사하겠습니다. Look at the center of the camera with a big bright smile and please give them a warm round of applause. 여러분 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Yes, we will have 2 poses and can you please end our group photo session? Can I ask our distinguished guests to move a little bit closer? 저희 혹시 조금만 더 가까이 한번 붙어 주실 수 있을까요? 네, 감사합니다. Thank you very much. And look at the center of the camera with a big bright smile. And please give them a big round of applause once again. Can I ask our guests to end the group photo session with a big round of applause? Yes, thank you very much. And now maybe we can ask our foreign press photographer if you need to take the photo. Yes, may I ask our distinguished guests to return to your seat first? 네, 저희 먼저 자리로 다시 한 번 더 모시겠습니다. Before we move on to our second round of group photo session, I'd like to take a little bit of moment to reflect on the 2 keynote addresses we have heard today and to walk you through the sessions we will share together over the days ahead. So our first keynote was From Law to Culture, How Integrity Becomes a Society's Common Language, which explored how integrity grows beyond rules to become shared across the whole society. And our second keynote was Anti-Corruption Evolution, Global Lessons Learned, Frontier Challenges, and Path Forward. And following our photograph, the day will continue with 3 sessions. And the first is Milestones in Integrity, Global Achievements and Lessons Learned. And the second is Transforming Governance, from Legal Frameworks to Institutional Changes. And the third, the last session for today's forum, is Private Sector Integrity, Moving Beyond Compliance to Inclusive Growth. And tomorrow, we will continue with our 2 further sessions with Session 4 and Session 5 under the theme of global progress, partnerships, and institutional change, and from commitment to action, joint reflections and recommendations each. So we look forward to exploring all of these themes together over the 2 days ahead. And now I'd like to invite all our distinguished guests up to the stage for the second round of group photo session. 네, 이어서 오늘 이 자리 빛내주신 파트너 국가 그리고 국내외 연사분들 모시고 두 번째 기념사진 촬영을 진행하겠습니다. 저희 직원분들 안내에 따라서 1번에서 6번 테이블에 앉아 계셨던 파트너 국가 국내외 연사분들 무대 위쪽으로 모시겠습니다. We'll proceed with the second group of photo session, and may I invite all of today's local and international speakers, foreign dignitaries, and all distinguished guests to join us at the front of the stage. And you can follow the instructions of our staff when you take your seat. I'd like to invite all our distinguished guests once again to the stage for a group photo session, and you can follow the instructions of our staff. So we've had a meaningful forum until now, and after this photo session, we'll have a short 10-minute break and then move on to session 1, 2, 3, 4, today's forum, and then we'll move on to session 4 and 5 tomorrow. And for other distinguished guests, may I ask them to stand behind the chair, and I want you to be a little bit closer so that everyone will be in one frame. I want to make sure that everyone will be in one frame. So look at the main camera first, as we have done for the first round of session. 저희 첫 번째 사진 촬영하셨던 것처럼 가운데 있는 메인 카메라 한번 바라봐 주시면 감사하겠고요. 먼저 정자세로 촬영을 하겠습니다. 가운데 있는 메인 카메라 한번 바라봐 주시면 감사하겠습니다. Look at the center of the main camera, who is actually waving right now with a big bright smile. 네, 여러분 박수로 축하 부탁드리겠습니다. Please give them a warm round of applause, and we'll have the first round of the second photo session. And can you please clap for the last one? 저희 박수 치면서 오늘 기념사진 촬영 마무리하겠습니다. Please give a big round of applause for the group photo session. Thank you very much. If the foreign press need to take the photo? No, I don't think so. So thank you very much. Please come down to the stage carefully, and you can go back to your seats now. Thank you very much. So this concludes the opening ceremony, and then we'll now take a short 10-minute break and return here at 11:40 for the session 1. Coffee and refreshments are available in the lobby outside the hall. Please enjoy the refreshments, and we will resume our session at 11:40. Thank you very much. See you soon. 뵙겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we will now proceed to session 1. And before I hand over my microphone to moderator, let me introduce our moderator and speakers one by one. Please welcome them with a warm round of applause. It's our moderator, Global Program Advisor Anga Tamilsena on Anti-Corruption from UNDP. And our Director, Hwang Min-ah, International Relations Divisions from ACRC. HR Director Il Bulashikai, Agency for Prevention of Corruption of Kosovo. HR Manager Marko Shkarovic, Integrity Department, Agency for Prevention of Corruption from Montegrino. HR Project Specialist Lilpuza Abul Hassan from UNDP Uzbekistan. And we're also joined by Project Manager Yuspuzon Holov from UNDP Tajikistan. And for last, we are also joined by Co-Director Sarah Rister, Governance Rule of Law and Peace Building Hub from UNDP virtually. Now we will begin session 1 entitled Milestones in Integrity, Global Achievements and Lessons Learned. And I'd like to hand over my microphone to our moderator. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests, speakers, UNDP colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. As a UNDP's Global Anti-Corruption Advisor, it's my honor and privilege to participate in this forum celebrating a decade of achievement under the SARC UNDP SDG partnership, and also to moderate this session on milestone in integrity, global achievement, and lessons learned. Today's event also brings back many memories. 10 years ago, our collaboration started, and I vividly remember that I and together with our Director of Governance, as well as UNDP Seoul colleagues and ACRC focal points, were working day and night to get it right, meaning that to finalize the concept note, to have the MOU signed on time. We already had the date fixed for the MOU, but the final version of MOU was not ready. It was going through so many clearances in UNDP as well as within the government, but we made it on time. But on a more serious note, there was one key question: why Korea and why UNDP at that time? And the SARC Integrity Assessment Program had already received actually the first prize in the category of preventing and combating corruption in the public service award ceremony of the UN in 2012. So we already knew that Korea had valuable experience to share, which were mentioned earlier, from institutionalizing integrity to strengthening corruption prevention mechanism to complaint handling to establishing enacting the anti-graft law, and also leveraging digital technology, whether it's in e-procurement or clean portal and clean construction and so on. And then UNDP had a network, a global wider network of our governance and anti-corruption colleagues that includes our global and regional advisors, as well as the country level, our colleagues who are on the front working together with our national counterparts. So it was a good combination of partnership there, whether we call it triangular or even more than that, bringing global knowledge network, and also our colleagues from UNODC were also engaged directly and indirectly we had the country level engagement in at least 14 countries, but we also organized several global events at the Conference of the State Parties to UNCAC, at the International Anti-Corruption Conference to share Korea's experience and our partnership, UNDP partnership with Korea. And I'm also lucky to have Servin from UNODC here. We were both here in Seoul in 2015 when this partnership just started. He will also moderate the next session. I will try to summarize at least some of the lessons learned later on. But to me, the greatest lessons learned from this partnership is always about a shared responsibility. We have a strong commitment from the SCRC and also Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We had committed colleagues at the Seoul Policy Center leading the work. And we also have our global network of governance and anti-corruption colleagues to back us up wherever needed. But the full credit goes to our country office colleagues in at least 14 countries, and they worked very hard to make it successful. So with this background, let me now turn to today's session, and this session will try to at least achieve 3 objectives. It will take stock of global progress on anti-corruption and integrity building. It will also share practical and transferable lessons from country experiences in adapting and scaling Korean-inspired integrity solution. And finally, it will try to identify the enabling condition, some common challenges and priorities, which will also set the stage for our next level or next phase of our partnership. So now, without further ado, let me turn to our distinguished panelists who will reflect on their experiences. And we have 6 speakers, and each have about 7 minutes, and we are already running late. So yeah, please, yeah, there is a pressure. But I know all of you are eloquent speakers, and you will do one time. And let me invite our first speaker, Ms. Sarah Lister, co-director of the Governance, Rule of Law, and Peace Building Hub. We call it GRP Hub at UNDP. Sarah is joining us virtually. Sarah will provide a global overview of governance and anti-corruption trends and discuss UNDP's strategic priorities. Sarah, the floor is yours. Sarah, can you hear us?
Thank you very much, Anga, and good morning and good evening, distinguished colleagues, representatives of ACRC, government partners, fellow participants. It's a very hot, late evening here in New York, and if you can hear fireworks in the background, it is both because we have the July the 4th weekend coming up. Yes, can you not hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah, we can hear you very well.
There is a very long delay, I think, so I will carry on with my presentation, and then I will go from beginning to end, and I think you will hear it a few minutes after I give it, so I will carry on. So it is a pleasure to join you today to discuss how we can build more effective, transparent, and accountable institutions, and to reflect on some of the achievements and lessons learned in advancing integrity anti-corruption efforts around the world. From UNDP's perspective, governance is not a separate sectoral issue. It is a critical enabler of sustainable development, peace, economic opportunity, and public trust. Today, I will briefly discuss the broader governance context, indicate some trends in integrity and anti-corruption, explain UNDP's approach, and then note some highlights of our partnership with the ACRC. Next slide, please. UNDP's vision is simple. Effective governance is indispensable for delivering prosperity, resilience, healthy societies, and sustainable development. And as we implement our strategic plan for 2026 to 2029, you can see that effective governance is one of the core pillars for achieving sustainable development outcomes. And we also know that governance challenges and solutions are increasingly interconnected with digital transformation, gender equality, and sustainable finance. These are the accelerators that will define development progress in the coming years. But UNDP considers governance the operating system of development. It is about how institutions adapt, innovate, and maintain public trust in a rapidly changing world. It's about how people are included and empowered to exert their agency. Next slide, please. We are, however, operating in an increasingly complex environment. Around the world, fragility and conflict are expanding. Trust in institutions is under pressure, civic space is shrinking, rule of law indicators have declined. At the same time, governments face growing demands from people while dealing with constrained resources and rapidly evolving technologies. And corruption, which we're here to discuss today, remains a persistent challenge. Approximately 2/3 of countries score below 50 out of 100 on global corruption perception measures, and illicit financial flows continue to drain resources. UNDP's response is to place effective governance at the center of development and peace-building efforts. So we work across governance, rule of law, and peace-building issues in an integrated manner, combining institutional strengthening, prevention, inclusion, and innovation. So let us dive a little further into the issue of integrity and anti-corruption. Corruption is not simply a governance problem. It is fundamentally a development problem. Every year, trillions of dollars are lost through illicit financial flows, money laundering, tax abuse, and related forms of corruption. These losses directly reduce resources that are available for schools, healthcare systems, infrastructure, and social services. At the same time, public procurement, which represents a significant proportion of government spending worldwide, remains highly vulnerable to corruption risks. The challenge is compounded by the fact that corruption is difficult to measure. By its nature, it is hidden and constantly changing. And that is why reliable data and evidence are so important. Better data allows governments to identify risks, prioritize reforms, evaluate whether anti-corruption measures are actually working. Moreover, we are also entering a period where digital technologies and artificial intelligence offer new opportunities to strengthen transparency, detect risks, and improve accountability. So to respond to these challenges, UNDP approaches integrity and anti-corruption through 5 complementary dimensions. First, we provide direct anti-corruption support, helping countries strengthen laws, policies, strategies, and institutions. Second, we strengthen broader governance systems, including oversight institutions, accountability mechanisms, audit functions, and rule of law frameworks. Third, we mainstream anti-corruption into sectors such as health, education, climate, infrastructure, and public service delivery. Fourth, we work on financial integrity issues, fiscal transparency, procurement integrity, beneficial ownership transparency. Fifth, we increasingly leverage digital technologies and innovation. And across all these 5 areas, data, measurement, monitoring, and evaluation serve as a foundation that allows us to understand risks, assess progress, and improve results. I know we're short of time, but let me briefly highlight 3 examples of how we support this through global level activities. The first is our global initiative on measuring corruption, which seeks to improve how corruption is measured by generating objective, actionable data that can guide reforms and policy decisions. The second is work on digital innovation and anti-corruption. The third, with UNDP, with many partners, is supporting anti-corruption reforms in a large number of partner countries through policy advice, institutional strengthening, and support for implementation of international commitments. Together, these efforts demonstrate our commitment to supporting country-led reforms while advancing global knowledge and partnerships. As I mentioned, partnerships are essential to our work, and a particularly important partnership for us, as Anga has mentioned, has been our collaboration with the ACRC of the Republic of Korea. Since the signing of our Memorandum of Understanding in 2015, we have worked together to share practical, preventive, and data-driven integrity solutions with countries around the world. Korea's experience offers valuable lessons because it combines strong institutional reforms with innovative tools and a long-term commitment to integrity. And you will see the types of issues that we've tackled together there on the screen. These examples demonstrate how successful practices can be shared and adapted across different contexts. And this SDG Partnerships Programme has been an important pillar of our work with ACRC. It combines Korean expertise, catalytic funding, technical assistance, policy support, and our UNDP's global presence. The objective is not simply to transfer solutions from one country to another, rather it is to help partner countries adapt, institutionalize, and scale reforms to fit their own priorities and contexts. The programme is guided by principles that are central to UNDP's development approach: country ownership, demand-driven support, localization, peer learning, and South-South and triangular cooperation. Most importantly, it aims to create sustainable change, strengthening institutions, establishing procedures and systems, developing digital tools, and ensuring reforms continue beyond the life of individual projects. And you will hear directly from several countries later in this session that have benefited from this programme. So I will end this presentation there. I think there's been some tech glitches where my voice has not synced with the screen, but I do hope that you've managed to gather something for the presentation, and I do look forward to hearing the perspectives of ACRC and our partner countries, and to continue to work together to strengthen integrity, transparency, and accountability in support of sustainable development and SDG 16. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for providing such a comprehensive global perspective and also highlighting the importance of integrity building in the context of UNDP partnership with ACRC. Now it's my pleasure to invite our next speaker, Ms. Wang Mina, Director of the International Relations Division at the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission of the Republic of Korea, who will share Korea's leadership globally in promoting integrity and also reflecting our long-standing partnership with UNDP. By the way, we also had the pleasure to meet you like almost 11 years back at the start of this partnership as well. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning and good evening. My name is Mina Hwang, Director of the International Relations Division at the ACRC of the Republic of Korea. Today, we are honored to have anti-corruption partners from 14 countries gathered here. Some have been with us for a decade, while others have just recently joined this meaningful endeavor. Today, I would like to share how this 10-year journey truly began, what we learned, and where we should go together next. To begin, I would like to take you back to the very inception of the ACRC. In 2002, Korea established its first independent anti-corruption commission. And in 2003, we became the 78th signatory to the UN Convention Against Corruption. Born in tandem with this global movement, the ACRC recognized international solidarity as our destined mission. Grounded in the belief that anti-corruption is indispensable for sustainable growth, Korea spearheaded the APEC Anti-Corruption Working Group in 2006 and led the adoption of the inaugural G20 Anti-Corruption Action Plan in 2010. Furthermore, we wanted to directly share our hard-earned lessons. Korea has a unique history of developing robust anti-corruption frameworks while achieving rapid economic growth. We were confident that our trial and error could provide meaningful insights for countries walking a similar path. Since 2010, we have operated training programs to share Korea's anti-corruption policies through MOUs with individual nations, including Thailand, Vietnam, Mongolia, and Indonesia. Furthermore, since 2013, we have expanded this initiative into a multi-country invitational training program through Official Development Assistance Projects. To date, numerous public officials from 74 countries have participated in this program, and this vital exchange continues to this day. The turning point came in January 2015 at the Seoul Debates on Anti-Corruption, co-hosted by UNDP, ACRC, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We realized that what developing countries truly sought was not mere information, but practical, actionable solutions tailored to their realities. We realized we need a robust, institutionalized platform to share Korea's experience in a highly localized manner and to find the right partner to make it happen. Good ideas need the right partners to travel. Our definitive choice was UNDP. UNDP was already present on the ground in over 170 countries, serving as a highly trusted bridge to partner governments. Most importantly, UNDP shared our core philosophy of co-creation. Instead of imposing predefined best practices, UNDP focused on collaboratively designing the best fit that respects local context. In 2015, ACRC and UNDP signed an MOU. The SDG partnership combined seed funding, technical consultation, and policy advisory support. The approach was unlike anything we had previously undertaken. Over the past decade, we did not simply export Korea's experience. We actively translated it into local realities. I often liken this initiative to planting a seed. ACRC provided the seed, the anti-corruption policies, and insights. UNDP provided the nurturing sunlight and water, ensuring that this seed would take root. And most importantly, our partner countries provided the rich, fertile soil, the political will, leadership, and ownership required to bring the seed to life. The seed has now grown into a sturdy, resilient tree. A tree never grows solely for the person who planted it. The shade it casts and the fresh air it generates are unconditionally shared with everyone in the community. A corruption-free society operates on the exact same principle. The integrity trees we have planted together are now offering the benefits of a transparent environment to all citizens. And these trees have begun to naturally disperse new seeds within the governance ecosystem. This inspiring 10-year partnership has taught us three fundamental truths. First, capacity and political will must precede the institutional framework. Before adopting our mechanisms, Sri Lanka established internal audit units across 106 agencies, and Montenegro's integrity managers crafted 2,900 customized recommendations. The people and commitment came first. Second, translation is more powerful than replication. No country simply copied Korea. Algeria translated our framework into Nazaha, Vietnam evolved into the PACA index, and Montenegro developed their own phased evaluation methodology. Third, recipients transform into new contributors. After successfully establishing its system, Uzbekistan began sharing its expertise with other partner countries, becoming a new regional hub. And today, I would like to add one more thing. This initiative has been a profound period of learning and growth, not just for our partner countries, but for the ACRC as well. This is what genuine partnership looks like. True partnership is never about the top-down delivery of superior knowledge. It is about listening to each other's experiences and evolving together. The past 10 years stand as a testament to this truth. Distinguished partners, if the past decade was a time of planting individual trees, we now stand at the threshold of an era where those trees must form a vibrant forest. Unprecedented global challenges such as the emerging corruption risks brought by AI and digital transformation lie ahead of us. In the face of these next generation risks, no single country has a silver bullet. Therefore, our solidarity will be more essential than ever. The ACRC will always work alongside the UNDP and all of you to tend that green forest. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Wang, for providing the background as well as giving the global perspective on integrity building. I really like the analogy with planting a seed. I think we need to now also build a forest of integrity out of that one seed. And thank you, both Sarah and Ms. Wang, also providing a global landscape in terms of our partnership and so on. And I think, you know, it goes back to what Daniel Kaufman was also mentioning this morning. Integrity building or governance reform or anything on anti-corruption is more than technical tools. So strengthening the whole ecosystem on governance, after all, has to do with addressing the issues of corruption or state capture or anything related to, you know, political dimension of corruption. And then the second aspect is it requires political commitment, institutional capacity, and a sustained partnership and continuous learning. What works, what doesn't. That's why UNDP is now also focusing on our data and evidence, from public procurement to business experience to audit and so on. So now with this perspective in mind, let me turn to country experiences where our ideas have been translated into concrete reforms in Kosovo, in Montenegro, in Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan. So our first speaker to share experiences from the ground is Mr. Il Buleskay, Director, Agency for Prevention of Corruption from Kosovo. Over to you.
Thank you very much. It's a challenge now to look at the three screens. I would like to say good morning to everyone, dear excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and a special thanks goes to the media that is our ally that spreads our word around the countries. For me, it's a great honor and privilege to be here to represent the Agency for Prevention of Corruption of Kosovo in such a distinguished forum. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the government of Republic of Korea, to Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission, to UNDP Seoul Policy Forum, and as well as to United Nations Development Program in Kosovo for their outstanding partnership that created Kosovo the possibility to be a beneficiary of South-South Triangle Cooperation. This initiative demonstrates that international cooperation is most valuable when it's built on trust, when it's built on mutual learning and on shared commitment to improving integrity of our institutions. Today, briefly, I will not share simply a project, but I would rather share a story of institutional transformation of Agency for Prevention of Corruption of Kosovo. This story talks about international cooperation, about digital innovation, about strong national ownership that helped, we believe, to build a modern anti-corruption reporting system that is already making a tangible difference for people in Kosovo. Because we believe that fighting corruption and preventing corruption is not about only investigating wrongdoings, but rather creating systems and mechanisms for people to report wrongdoings and for institutions to take action. Another challenge is now to move my presentation. Technology is our ally, but sometimes it can complicate our speech. Before talking about the technology, I would like to briefly say something about our institutional context. In Kosovo, back home, we have a clear division of responsibilities. We have the Agency for Prevention of Corruption that is responsible to do preventive work through asset declaration, conflict of interest prevention, whistleblower protection, corruption risk assessment, integrity planning, and public awareness. Meanwhile, criminal investigation is done through police and state prosecution. This clear institutional mandate allowed us to focus in one important question. Can we make reporting easier, safer, and more effective for every citizen of Kosovo? And then it comes the idea. How did it start? We recognize the fundamental, initially I think for every institution is important to recognize the challenge that the institutions are facing. So we have seen that there are willing citizens to collaborate and report, but there is lacking a mechanism for doing that. Challenge for reporting were fragmented. Case managements that we relied were usually paper-based and make our work very complicated. And therefore, we realized that we need to use technology and IT solutions to solve our issue that we had. You may ask rightfully why we choose Korea, some 10,000 kilometers far from Kosovo, as example, and not something near. In our talk to our colleagues on UNDP in Kosovo, we were looking for international expertise. We were looking about proven solutions rather than for theoretical models. And we came up with Clean Portal as a proven technical solution to take as example. From the beginning, our objective was never to copy the Korean model, but our goal was to learn from Korean experience while developing a fully adaptable to Kosovo legislation mechanism with an institutional mandate that operates the needs in Kosovo. And as such, this model offered the flexibility at the greatest strength. The follow-up was the partnership that we built together with UNDP Kosovo, with ACRC, and with Seoul Policy Forum through South-South and Triangle cooperation. Each partner brought unique strengths to this cooperation that we had. And each, for example, the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission contributed with internationally recognized expertise and practical experience. The UNDP Seoul Center created the opportunity for knowledge experience and exchange and institutional cooperation. UNDP Kosovo provided continuous technical support and implementation guidance throughout the project, while the Agency for Prevention of Corruption of Kosovo contributed through institutional ownership, through legal expertise, and through long-term vision for sustainability of the project. So together we created something that none of us would have achieved alone, should we have worked alone. What did we do, actually? We went far beyond developing a software. We redesigned the reporting procedures initially in the agency. We strengthened institutional capacities. Through trainings, we introduced new reporting functions, and we integrated digital reporting and case management processes. Agency had a series of cooperation meetings with our colleagues at ACRC. There are some pictures that prove that we have been here learning from the best practices. And we have now results and achievements. We have a functional system from the end of 2024. We have around more than 277 cases reported only within the first year. The system is functionally became part of our day-to-day business in the agency. What else? As part of the system, we had to do also a part of PR about informing the public and citizens about a campaign, awareness campaign about the existence of system, because having system without telling people that it exists, it doesn't make any sense. And we were quite successful. Within a 2 weeks campaign that we had, we managed to get to 200,000 citizens or people in Kosovo and generated over 1 million online impressions. In Korean context, maybe these numbers are not impressive. In Kosovo context, when you have 1.7 million inhabitants, this is quite an impressive statistics. So these figures from the very first 2 weeks of launching the system were quite encouraging for us. To make it short, because directors usually like to have very long speeches, we can share a lesson. I think one lesson became very clear, and that's digital anti-corruption solutions are highly transferable, but they are not never identical, because there is no one-size-fits-all model. While technology can be shared, experience can be shared, knowledge can be shared, every country must adopt these solutions to its own legal, institutional, and cultural framework. And what we have taken from our cooperation with Seoul Policy Forum was that they promoted not copying, but they promoted learning, they promoted adopting and improving. So we try to take this back through UNDP Kosovo in our day-to-day work, and as such we are very thankful to every involved partner. We want once more to thank ACRC, UNDP, Policy Seoul, and everyone involved, including staffs of ACRC, that made our trip possible to come, because it was quite a challenge. The ones who were involved know the challenges. So we'd like to thank them all to make possible for us to share our story. We are ready now to share our story to other interested parties. Going back to what we have learned, we should not try and copy each other, but should learn from one another. While it was mentioned earlier from our colleagues, AI is a new challenge. I think we should try to use AI as much as possible. Similar to when we used internet in the beginning, there were issues about whether it can be used. We also, the part of our work, prevention of corruption, fighting crime, there were challenges because the internet, the dark web was used for crime, but we used for our side. So similarly to what was at that time our challenge, I think we should use for our benefit, deciding about the cases, using as assistant, dealing with big data is a great opportunity, the use of AI. So once more, I want to thank everyone. I want to also thank my colleagues that I took some of their time. Thank you once more.
Thank you, Mr. Buleskaj, for sharing valuable lessons from Kosovo, from digital, the tools to building trust in partnership. If the partnership is built on trust, that's really important for success, as well as providing very impressive statistics. Compared to Kosovo's population, 1.5 million is a lot. Now let me turn to Mr. Marko Iskarovic, Manager, Integrity Department, Agency for Prevention of Corruption from Montenegro, to share your experiences and lessons learned. Over to you, Marko.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to share Montenegro's experience under the SDG Partnership Program and to reflect on the results of our cooperation with the Republic of Korea. Montenegro joined this initiative because we faced a challenge common to many countries: how to assess and ensure that anti-corruption measures are effectively implemented and actually make a difference. Integrity plans in Montenegro are mandatory under the law on prevention of corruption. More than 750 public authorities classified into 10 systems are implementing these plans. However, assessing practical impact in a consistent and evidence-based manner remained a challenge, which was also recognized by the European Commission. For this reason, Montenegro partnered with USPC and ACRC to adapt Korea's integrity efforts assessment model to our national context. The Korean model provided an excellent foundation, and our approach was based on adaptation rather than replication, as Ms. Mina from UNDP mentioned. So the adapted methodology had to reflect Montenegro's legal and institutional framework, while preserving the evidence-based approach and key principles of the Korean model. The indicators were therefore linked to three main anti-corruption laws, but institutions could also earn points for best practices going beyond formal compliance, including proactive transparency, internal procedures in corruption-prone areas, ethics and integrity trainings, whistleblower protection mechanisms, and the quality of integrity plans. We applied a sector-based approach in phases, starting with 2 pilot sectors and gradually expanding the assessment across other sectors, while adapting the methodology to their specific contexts. Sector rankings were publicly announced to promote transparency and to motivate institutions to improve. An important element of localization was the involvement of integrity managers. Before each sector assessment, we would organize workshops for them and incorporate their feedback into the methodology. This ensured that it reflected the actual challenges faced by institutions and also created a stronger sense of ownership among those responsible for implementation. Today, we can say that results exceeded our initial expectations. The methodology has now become a regular function of the Agency for Prevention of Corruption. Under the slogan "Integrity in Action," we have already applied it in 5 sectors: state administration, social and childcare, judiciary, local self-government, and healthcare. A total of 160 institutions participated voluntarily, reaching an 86% participation rate. The agency issued nearly 3,000 recommendations to strengthen anti-corruption measures and institutional integrity. A special result was that institutions adopted almost 400 procedures and anti-corruption practices during the assessment process itself, so before receiving the final recommendations. This showed that positive incentives and constructive competition can be just as effective as sanctions in encouraging institutions to do better. The assessment also revealed wider systemic gaps, and it provided valuable insight that helped strengthen anti-corruption policies and legislation. In addition, we developed a web-based application that enables institutions to submit evidence digitally, and it also supports both assessment and reporting. Most recently, we introduced a follow-up mechanism to monitor the implementation of recommendations. This ensures that the process does not end with assessment results and rankings, but continues through new measurable actions. The project also created opportunities to exchange knowledge with other countries. Montenegro presented its experience at the 10th and 11th conferences of the state parties to the UN Convention Against Corruption in Atlanta and Doha. We have also shared our experience, our approach with colleagues from the Republic of Korea, Sri Lanka, Uzbekistan, Algeria, and the Western Balkan countries. Recently, we developed the guide for building integrity as a practical resource for countries interested in developing similar assessment mechanisms. One of our main lessons was that successful reform was not about simply copying a proven model, but carefully adapting it to national circumstances. The project impact continues beyond its original duration. The government of Montenegro incorporated the methodology into the 2026-27 action plan for the national anti-corruption strategy, which means that this methodology will continue as part of regular Montenegro's anti-corruption work, reflecting strong national ownership of the process. The action plan mandates further expansion of the methodology, including assessment of state-owned enterprises and a systematic monitoring of recommendations issued through previous assessment cycles. The digital platform remains operational and will continue to be maintained and improved by the agency within its regular budget, ensuring sustainability. Looking back, several factors contributed to the success of this partnership: close cooperation between the agency, participating institutions and international partners, knowledge exchange among integrity practitioners, and a methodology based on evidence, measurable results, and public rankings that encourage institutions to improve. At the same time, we encountered challenges, including the large number of institutions to assess, the additional workload placed on the integrity managers, and limited in-house capacity of the agency, which in turn required support from external evaluators. Looking ahead, we see opportunities to further strengthen cooperation with our SDG partners, including peer-to-peer exchanges, further digitalization, expansion of integrity assessments to new sectors, and collaboration in emerging areas such as AI-supported corruption risk assessment of legislation and digital whistleblowing solutions inspired by Korea's Clean Portal and its local adaptations such as the one in Kosovo. Allow me to conclude by expressing our sincere appreciation to UNDP and ACRC for their support, expertise, and partnership throughout this journey. Our experience shows that integrity can be measured and improved. One of the most important lessons was that international experience can, when adapted to national needs, can create these kinds of practical solutions which deliver lasting results. Thank you very much. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you, Mr. Iskarovic, for sharing lessons learned from Montenegro. Since we are standing between this session and the lunch, and we are also running a bit late, so I would request the remaining speakers to finish their presentation on time. It's not like we are penalizing you because you are the last speaker. You are not the last in the list, but you are equally important. So now let me turn to Ms. Dilfuza Abul Hassan to share experiences from Uzbekistan.
Thank you, Anga. Yeah, last speakers also very fortunate to speak on time. I am let me begin my presentation with many thanks to UNDP Seoul Policy Center and ACRC of Korea for their guidance and support during the implementation of these projects. So Uzbekistan started its anti-corruption reforms in 2016, and as Dr. Daniel Kaufman mentioned in previous presentation, the word corruption is also a kind of taboo in Uzbekistan till 2016. New president came into the stage. And in 2018, this project started in Uzbekistan on integrity efforts assessment, and Clean Portal project started in 2024, I'm sorry. And it should be mentioned that the Anti-Corruption Agency of Republic of Uzbekistan established in 2020, only 6 years ago. So the Korean expertise, UNDP Seoul Policy Center's support was very critical during the new establishment of the new agency in Uzbekistan. On that time, there was a challenges on anti-corruption. No unified integrity system for public institutions was there, and there's very limited digital tools for corruption, and there is a weak whistleblower protection framework. So the goals of the Korean anti-corruption practices were to assess integrity performance, digitalize anti-corruption processes. How we approached localizing Korean anti-corruption models, it's expert exchanges. I would like to thank many thanks to Anti-Corruption Agency of Republic of Korea, ACRC, because as UNDP Uzbekistan, we received requests from newly established Anti-Corruption Agency of Uzbekistan saying, see, we have around 100 or 200 compliance officers in Uzbekistan, and we urgently need Korean expertise on the integrity efforts assessment. And I called to UNDP Seoul Policy Center. They contacted with ACRC Korea. Okay, they said, after 2 days, let's have this online meeting. And Anti-Corruption Agency of Uzbekistan gathered 300 compliance officers, 200 online, and ACRC Korea presented how they use this integrity efforts assessment tool. It was very well, very much support to newly established compliance officers in Uzbekistan. And another thing is development and upgrade of e-Anticore UZ. This is a new platform in Uzbekistan. Also, UNDP Uzbekistan, together with Anti-Corruption Agency of Uzbekistan, we thought how we can support Uzbekistan, the nation, on corruption, anti-corruption reforms. So first, we conducted countrywide survey on corruption perception. The results were very much incredible, because some people, as corruption is kind of taboo, they didn't want to answer to our survey. But at the end, we gathered very good results. People said that they need digital tool to inform on corruption cases. And people said that they need a whistleblower protection law in Uzbekistan, which on that time, in 2022, 2023, was kind of fantastic for Uzbekistan. And the results of the Corruption Perception Index in Uzbekistan was presented in Anti-Corruption Agency of Uzbekistan. It was very kind of historic event in our country. And now we have, if we move to the results, integrity assessment institutionalized nationwide. For example, if in 2022 there only 26 government agencies was assessed, in the first quarter of 2026, more than 120 government agencies are assessed. And e-Anticore UZ platform established as national anti-corruption platform. And on the second quarter of this year, we already received more than 2,000 appeals on corruption cases. And most importantly, draft whistleblower protection law is developed based on OECD recommendations, and now it's under the review of the Legislative Chamber of Uzbekistan. And we are very much looking forward for the adoption, which will be the first whistleblower protection law in Central Asia. As South-South Triangle Cooperation, I would like to mention the great support of the ACRC, which organized training courses for Moldova, Mongolia, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. And as a result, last year, I think in 2025 or 2024, UNDP Tajikistan country office reached Uzbekistan UNDP country office, and they said, we want to share, to know your knowledge, your expertise on adoption of Korea's CLIM portal. And we, as a result of our negotiations, we've organized online meetings with Anti-Corruption Agency of Uzbekistan and with UNDP Tajikistan's corruption country office. And as a result, now UNDP Tajikistan is also involved in this project, in anti-corruption, in ACRC's project. There is an impact beyond the project. Sustainability is great. For example, as I mentioned, if in 2016 there is only corruption word became as a use in our country, now, for example, integrity assessment institutionalized as an annual government mechanism, and we have a presidential decree on this. So all government agencies, it's mandatory for them to go through this integrity assessment. Anti-Cor-Uz is fully operational, and also whistleblower protection, as I mentioned. And the newest results is that starting from yesterday, 1st July 2026, National Anti-Corruption Management Certification System will be implemented across all government bodies to assess the standards. And few days ago, in 22 June, last month, a new presidential decree is adopted on electronic registry of individuals convicted of corruption-related offenses will be established with restrictions on access to certain public positions and government-related activities. This is also a very historical thing in the anti-corruption reforms of Uzbekistan. At the end of my presentation, let me express my gratitude to all our international partners, national partners, and all our international partners from Mongolia, Kosovo, Montenegro, from Tajikistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dilpuja, for sharing experiences from Uzbekistan and also on time, especially mentioning that it's not just corruption, but anti-corruption can fly across boundaries. You know, there is a snowballing effect from Korea to Uzbekistan, then Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and so on. Now our speaker, last but not least, Mr. Yusufjon Kolov, project manager of our UNDP Tajikistan office, to share your experience and lessons learned.
Thanks a lot. Dear colleagues, partners, this is a true privilege and for us to attend this important event and platform to share our experience, and I would like to express our deep gratitude to the Republic of Korea, ACRC, to the UNDP Civil Policy Center, and all those countries who shared their experience with us. As you know, Tajikistan is located in the Central Asia region, which is now, which is the rapidly growing region in terms of economic development and many other aspects, and a lot of geopolitical change happening in that region, and a lot of actors are becoming more active. We are based in a region that are under the high focus of high powers like the Russia, China, United States of America, EU and others, and we see the high growth of interest from their side in terms of economic development of the region, and for that we also observe certain competition among the countries aimed at attracting the foreign funds, resources. For that end, there is a high demand for the effective governance institutions, and to have the effective governance, indeed you need to have quite strong institutions, government systems, and I think that our project that we are now implementing is very important, given all these changes and trends that happening in the region. Okay. So first of all, as a person who is involved in development, we usually observe, we see the growth in terms of infrastructure, digital technologies, and beside that, if you will dig deeper, we will see that effective institutions is the key for any success. Effective institutions allows to attract more funds. Effective institutions allows to have a better public services. It's all about the effective institutions. And within our project, the key focus is not about introducing those tools, mechanisms, but rather building the institutions themselves, strengthening the institutions that would allow us to improve the public service delivery, to improve the resource mobilization aspects and everything. And for that end, I think that this project allowed us to learn from best models and practices that was implemented by Korea and also adapted in many other contexts. I would like to highlight Uzbekistan experience mainly, which allowed us to notice and observe how those tools and mechanisms really works in our region. That encouraged us a lot, that encouraged our national partners. So we had a certain close engagement with Uzbekistan country office and national partners from the anti-corruption agency. And we also expressed our gratitude for them for sharing their experience. And that indeed allowed us to have a confidence that those changes are also possible in our region, and we decided to proceed further in introducing three components like the integrity efforts assessment, clean portal, and the development of the whistleblower protection law, of course. And all these three tools, mechanisms, I would even say the systems are being developed now. Tajikistan already has a quite strong legal and policy framework. It's a national strategy on anti-corruption. We have the action plan. The only thing that we needed is those practical tools that could really help us to boost those implementation of provisions of those strategies. And the Korean tools were very highly demanded, and we expect that it will indeed serve the purpose. We are not reviewing those two mechanisms, tools as a separate, in a silo, as we say that at the prevention level we are going to introduce the integrity assessment or integrity efforts assessment of which allows the public institutions to undertake the self-assessment and subsequently improve their performance based on annual targets. At the protection level, we'll have the whistleblower protection law, which we expect to be adopted by the end of the year or maybe early next year, which will provide certain protection for those who would like to report. And the third key point is, as we mentioned, it's the development of the clean portal itself. The portal that should easily navigate those who would like to report and subsequently to report the corruption cases. So we are not reviewing them in silos. We aim to have the integrated integrity system. So all these three tools, mechanisms, systems should reinforce each other, and they will be hopefully localized through the alignment with national laws and institutions. I would underline that close engagement partnership with the national authorities is the key for the success, and we are very happy to have that kind of strong support from our national partners, especially from the Anti-Corruption Agency, and we are proud to support them through this process. Of course, digital solutions through the Agency on Innovation. Of course, the key focus is sustainability of these platforms. So the Agency of Innovation now working on development of two electronic platforms, the Clean Portal and Integrity Efforts Assessment. We decided to engage the national institution in development of the platform so that once we stay out after the project closure, so the government itself could continue maintaining and supporting it for them. And the last pillar of the localization is the national ownership, as I mentioned, and the regional learning. So we are in close engagement with the UNDP Seoul Policy Center, with the Uzbekistan country office, and of course ACRC partners. At the end of the day, we expect to have, as I mentioned, integrated anti-corruption system that coordinates a system that links reporting, protection, and prevention for better integrity and impact. It's indeed a new chapter in strengthening integrity, trust, and accountability in our country, and I would even say in the region itself. So we see a huge focus from the government side, which is key for pushing this agenda. So at the institutional level, we will have, by the end of the project, I mean by early 2026, we will have the adopted law on whistleblower protection. We expect to have an improved interagency coordination and case management through conducting several capacity building interventions. We will have more evidence-based integrity management decision making based on those the reporting systems that we will establish. So the systemic outcomes would be integrated integrity system, increased transparency, accountability, and data-driven governance, improved public trust in reporting mechanism, and foundation for scalable and sustainable anti-corruption reforms. Just summarizing what we have been told. I think that for us as UNDP, as a development actor, our key task is ensuring the sustainability of our efforts. So that is the key, the focus, so that once we step out, the national partners could further promote that agenda, and these kind of events like the forums, peer-to-peer learning, seminars, webinars is very important. It's a nice platform to have a networking. So we have the distinguished partners, representative of our anti-corruption agency here. They meet, they discuss, maybe we'll have another that kind of learning between the countries. I would also recommend also having the key development partners representative here, so they could observe all this positive change that's happening in the different regions, and we could also use this opportunity for the resource mobilization aspects. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Yusuf John. Not only presenting experience from Tajikistan, also advice to us to bring other partners as well. It's a collective, action. So we are running behind schedule, as I mentioned earlier, so we will skip Q&A, and you can grab our distinguished panelists during the lunch break or coffee break and ask anything you want. But let me also take this opportunity, using the vested power as the moderator, just to highlight 3 key lessons learned, as well as 3 conditions, enabling conditions, which are really important for such work, because anti-corruption has been evolving and is evolving, and anti-corruption is also evolving too. So what is important is not just the extent of corruption out there or the prevalence and so on. The most important thing is what we have learned and how we can adapt ourselves. So regarding the 3 cross-cutting lessons, the first lesson is, of course, this partnership has consistently served as a bridge and catalyst for broader governance reform in many countries. What I mean by that is, we didn't implement this as a silo kind of project. We actually built that or integrated that with our ongoing governance and other programs in many countries. That's why the second point is about sustainability. And sustainability is not just about, naming and shaming in anti-corruption. It's also about the positive incentives. Actually, you mentioned earlier. And sometimes we don't, give that much weight or value to the importance of competition and positive incentives. So that's equally important than investigating corruption cases and, naming and shaming kind of approach as well. And then the third point on partnership, actually it was mentioned earlier, is building trust. If you have a trust, like the one ACRC we have, it's not about copying model, it's more about what lessons they have learned. And by the way, they have fabulous integrity assessment methodology. I'm an econometrician by training. I never understood that methodology. But it still is working in case of Korea, and it's standardized over time. They have revised many times, and now we have the guide. Actually, we try to translate in UNDP how it can be adopted in many countries. And of course, there are many methodologies out there. And tools cannot solve, alone cannot solve problem. It's a good reference. Now, regarding the enabling condition, of course, the power of peer learning, which was mentioned earlier, having more partners together, learning from each other is important. Then strong national ownership. It's not about UNDP, or ACRC. There has to be strong buy-in from national counterparts who should believe in. First of all, they believed in Korea's miracle development, technology of Korea, and many other good practices. There is goodwill built into this partnership. It's not just about ACRC. Of course, ACRC has, evolved over time and also leading globally on the prevention of corruption and many tools. And finally, I also mentioned earlier, it requires in the long term a system and portfolio approach. How we can turn tools and use assessment to fix problems. And it was mentioned earlier that 160 institutions actually assessed and 400 policies were adopted. And now what? They will be part of the preventive mechanism in the long term. So that's why that's really important too. So with this, let's give a round of applause to our distinguished panelists. And over to MC.
Thank you very much. So we have now completed the session 1, and I'd like to extend my sincere appreciation to our moderator and our distinguished speakers once again for their valuable insights. Please give them a big round of applause. We'll now break for a luncheon. A buffet luncheon is served in the foyer, and we hope you enjoy the opportunity to relax and network with fellow participants. A separate high-level luncheon will be held in Colton Suite on the 36th floor. Participants attending the high-level luncheon are kindly requested to follow the guidance of our staff, and we will resume here at 2 p.m. for session 2. Thank you and enjoy your luncheon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to session 2, and we will now begin session 2 entitled Transforming Governance from Legal Frameworks to Institutional Changes. Before I hand over my microphone to moderator, let me introduce our moderators, speakers, and panelists. First, please welcome them with a warm round of applause. I'd like to introduce Mr. Shervin Mazzolesi, Chief of Section, Corruption and Economic Crime Branch from UNODC. Director Kim Ji-young from Anti-Corruption Survey and Evaluation Division from ACRC. Mr. Hamza Kadri, Board Member of High Authority for Transparency Prevention and the Fight Against Corruption from Algeria. Next, Mr. Damika Dasanayaka, Anti-Corruption Specialist from UNDP Sri Lanka. Mr. Kang Min Song, Assistant Professor from Kyunghee University. Ms. Ivana Bogojevic, Project Coordinator, Public Administration Reform UNDP, Montenegro. Ms. Do Pong An, Inspector from Department for International Cooperation, Government Inspectorate of Vietnam. Ms. Do Tai Nguyen, Policy Analyst from UNDP Vietnam. Ms. Adriana Vargas, Deputy Secretary from Bogota Mayor's Office from Colombia. And for last, Ms. Shamina Ali, Head of Sector, Anti-Corruption Initiative Sector, National Governance Planning Division, Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission. Now I'd like to hand over the microphone to our moderator. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to moderate this session on transforming governance from legal frameworks to institutional changes. And I've also to start by thanking UNDP, ACRC, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea for hosting us for this generous hosting of this very interesting event. Before moving to this very challenging session, I have to say, as you can see, the long list of speakers that I have to moderate in 90 minutes, I want to start with a personal reflection. As Anga mentioned in the last session, I had the honor of being here in 2015 at the Seoul debate, also organized by UNDP Center, Seoul Policy Center, where basically the partnership between ACRC and UNDP was beginning its journey. So it feels a bit like a full circle for me to be back, to see the fruits of this partnership come to basically to see the fruits. And today, more than a decade later, we are not only celebrating achievements, but also asking a more important question. How do we transform anti-corruption commitments into lasting institutional and behavioral change? That question is also at the very core of the work that I'm in charge of at the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, which, as many of you would know, is the guardian of the UN Convention Against Corruption. And it runs the implementation review mechanism of this convention that I manage. We heard from Daniel Kaufman this morning with the history of this topic and how the C word couldn't be, C word was used rather into late 1990s instead of the word corruption. But we have reached a point that the word accepted having a peer review mechanism to look at how countries are doing in terms of meeting their obligations under the convention. And this has, in the past 15 years that the mechanism has been active, produced 11,000 recommendations to countries on action that they need to take in the area of anti-corruption, and identified 5,000 technical assistance needs. As a result, across the world, many countries have adopted laws, policies, and strategies, and yet, experience shows that legislation alone is rarely enough. Sustainable impact requires institutions, resources, incentives, coordination, public trust, and political commitment. And this is exactly what we are going to hear about in this session. How those commitments, how those legal reforms are translated into lasting impact. So I have the pleasure of having first 4 speakers who will share their experiences from the perspective of Korea, Algeria, and Sri Lanka, and then we will have a panel discussion, short panel discussion, to hear again on how these experiences were contextualized in the cases of Colombia, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Montenegro. So without further ado, let me move to our first presentation, which traces the evolution of Korea's integrity assessment methodology and its influence both domestically and internationally through the SDG Partnership Program. Mrs. Kim, the floor is yours for 15 minutes.
안녕하십니까?
Yes, good
대한민국
afternoon.
국민권익위원회 청렴조사
Kim
평가과장
Ji-young. I'm the Director of Anti-Corruption Survey and Evaluation Division at ACRC. Thank you. So we always think, how can we reduce corruption? Is this possible? But before that, I think that a more important question that we have to address is how we can objectively measure corruption. So today, I will look back at the past 25 years, the history of how Korea has utilized integrity assessment in the public sector to measure the level of integrity, and how such measurement has led to the change of public institutions in Korea. The Republic of Korea believes that integrity is not just about identifying corruption, but to measure and also to improve. It is actually a policy process. That is the approach taken by the ROK. So based on this understanding, the People's Sovereignty Government, the current administration, has identified the realization of a government of integrity that can be perceived by the people as a national policy agenda. And under this policy direction, comprehensive integrity assessment, the CIA, has led to the public institutions to improve themselves voluntarily, and also has played a role of essential policy measure for enhancing the trust in the government and the public sector. First, I would like to introduce the anti-corruption integrity policy implementation outcomes of the current administration, and take a look at the comprehensive integrity assessment system, the main characteristics of this, and also some of the international cooperation cases under the SDG partnership, and also the future challenges and tasks for sustainable integrity governance. First of all, I would like to talk about the outcomes obtained through the various anti-corruption policies, including the integrity assessment. The public institutions, through their tasks, were evaluated by the people. The first assessment took place in 2002, and since then we can see that the level of perceived corruption has gone down. Also, the trust of the people in the government's anti-corruption policy, the trust has gone up. And also we can see that the expectations of the people that corruption will go down in our Korean society has also gone up. Also, we can see that hiring, employment irregularities within public institutions has also gone down. And this is a result of the establishment of legislations and institutions, but at the same time, because we continue to measure the integrity level of the public institutions, and the outcomes have led to improvements. So, let me now introduce Korea's comprehensive integrity assessment, which has allowed such changes. So, the ACRC designs and operates the assessment and analyzes the outcomes and provides customized feedback for institutions. The public institutions, based on the assessment results, improve their integrity policies and also improve their institutions. So, in other words, a comprehensive integrity agency is not just about giving scores to the public institutions, but it is a policy tool that supports a continuous sustainable improvement of the public institutions in terms of integrity. And the CIA has three objectives. First of all, it measures in an objective manner the level of integrity of public institutions. Number two, it diagnoses the areas that are vulnerable to corruption and comes up with improvement measures. And last but not least, it connects the evaluation outcomes to policy improvement measures so that there can be substantive improvements in the level of integrity of the public institutions. The purpose and the objective of the assessment is not to assess the current status, but to bring about change through the assessments. Korea's integrity assessment has continuously evolved for the past 25 years based on the changes of the public sector and also in accordance with the demands of society. In 2002, we had carried out the External Integrity Survey, which looks into the level of integrity perceived by the people. And then we went on to carry out the Internal Integrity Survey, which looks into the perception of the public institution employees and their experiences. And so we continue to expand the range of assessment to have greater objectivity and representativeness. And in 2012, we have included the actual corruption cases into the diagnosis and assessment to strengthen objectiveness of the assessments. So the perception of the people in terms of integrity, as well as the perception of the public institutions and the efforts made by the public institutions for anti-corruption, and also the actual cases have been reflected into the comprehensive integrity assessment. And this gradual evolution of the assessment system has enabled us to more accurately diagnose the level of integrity of the public institutions and fundamentally bring about change. So then, what are we measuring? At present, if you take a look at the CIA, it is based on three elements, and all three are reflected in a balanced manner. First of all is a perceived and experienced integrity. So there is a survey conducted on the people and the members of the public institutions in relation to integrity and also their actual experiences. This assessment accounts for 60% of the total CIA. And number two, there is the integrity efforts assessment. So this looks into the efforts carried out by the institutions for anti-corruption, and this accounts for 40% of the assessment. And last but not least, the actual corruption cases and non-compliance are reflected into the assessment in the form of deduction of points to have greater objectivity in terms of these assessments. So the level of perceived integrity, as well as the efforts for anti-corruption integrity of the institutions and the actual corruption cases and non-compliances are reflected so that there can be a balanced evaluation of the perception, efforts, and outcomes. That is the core of the Korean model. Let me now provide more details of our CIA. In terms of the perception of integrity, this is a survey conducted on the people and the public officials, but it's not just a satisfaction survey, but rather it takes a look into the unfair performance of duties by violating laws, abuse of authority, and violation of integrity, and looks at the actual level of integrity in the scene and in the field. And then the anti-corruption efforts. This takes a look into whether anti-corruption plans have been established, what kind of implementations are being carried out, and what are the outcomes. In other words, it looks at whether the institutions are actually working in the field. And last but not least, this is the deduction of points. So if there is an actual corruption case that have arisen, then we take a look at whether there are any violations of obligations in terms of anti-corruption or protection of whistleblowers, and also if there are any falsified documents submitted or if there are other activities that can hurt the trust in our institutions, points will be deducted. So these deduction of points will not only evaluate the performance but also the accountability, and it helps enhance the level of fairness and trust in these institutions. The CIA does not end by announcing the results of the evaluations, but rather the purpose of the CIA is to use the outcomes of the assessments to enable the institutions to improve the areas that they are weak in, and support is provided accordingly. So for this, the ACRC is providing customized feedback reports to all participating institutions to identify where their strengths lies and what improvements are required in which fields. And also the outstanding high performers will be provided rewards and incentives, and for those who have low points will be provided customized consulting so that improvements will be made and substantive changes will be achieved. And also we share the outcomes and the best practices with other institutions to spread the best practices. The CIA of Korea is a reiterative process of evaluation, feedback, improvement, and expansion of best practices so that we can enhance the level of integrity of the public sector and also strengthen the trust of the people in the public sector. So evaluation is not the end, but actually it is the beginning of change. The integrity assessment model of the Republic of Korea has received a great attention and interest from the international community. In 2012, it was the winner of the UN Public Service Award, and through this, we were able to promote to the world and be recognized for the outstanding innovation and objectivity of the system. And the ACRC, through the anti-corruption partnership programs, have been sharing our anti-corruption policy experiences with many countries. And what is most meaningful is that we are not just unilaterally exporting our system, but we enable each country to adapt such anti-corruption policies of Korea to fit their context and environment. The CIA enables each country to flexibly adopt Korea's policies and tools to meet their administrative environment and institutions. And so Uzbekistan, Algeria, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Ethiopia, and many other countries has been able to utilize Korea's assessment model in a way that fits their own environment. In particular, Sri Lanka, after the economic crisis, has been able to utilize the Korean-style comprehensive integrity assessment for restoring trust in the public sector as part of the presidential decree. It has been mandated, and also Vietnam, Uzbekistan, and Algeria has included the assessment system into the country's anti-corruption strategy, and the CPI levels have gone up. Korea's experience has been supporting the change in other countries, and also the experiences of partner countries have enabled Korea to further develop and advance its institutions. That, I believe, is the true value of international cooperation. ACRC will continue to work with the UNDP so that we can contribute to establishing sustainable integrity systems in other countries and further strengthen international collaboration. So then, why is it that Korea's CIA, this model, has been in the limelight in the international community? First of all, we have 25 years of proven experience in terms of applying and operating this evaluation model, and this model has actually continued to be upgraded. And number two, the perception of integrity of the people and also the institution's anti-corruption efforts, as well as the actual corruption cases, are reflected. So we have a very objective data-based assessment system. And number three, we have received recognition from the UN, winning the UN Public Service Award, and also many countries have already implemented this system. So this is an evaluation model that has received recognition around the world. What is most important is that Korea's CIA is not just about ranking the institutions, but to make sure that the outcomes can lead to improvements and that the institutions can voluntarily voluntarily lead the way in improving their vulnerable and weak points, and thus helps improve the level of trust in public institutions. We believe that this type of assessment model can also be recognized in the global community, and that actually it has been receiving recognition as a very effective model in the global community. Going forward, the ACRC will continue to support the establishment of an integrity assessment system in other countries that befits their administrative environment. And by utilizing digital technology and data, we will make sure that the assessment model can continuously develop into a more scientific and efficient model. Such efforts will also ensure that we can contribute to the achievement of SDG 16, which is to create a more peaceful, just, and reliable society and institutions. Integrity is not just about the vacuum of corruption, but rather integrity is the basic prerequisite for the people to have trust in the government. And trust cannot be obtained with words only. What is required is diagnosis, improvements, and also reviewing the entire process again. There has to be an iterative process that continues. And what I would like to emphasize the most today is the following. Integrity is not a declaration, but is the outcome of measurement and improvements. For the past 25 years, Korea has practiced this belief, and we hope to share our experience with the world. If we work together, I do believe that we can open up a more transparent, accountable, and trust-based future. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much.
About the original model, and we can now move from the Korean experience to country adaptation and localization of this model. So for that, first I'll go to Mr. Khadri, who will share Algeria's experience in applying integrity assessment approaches and translating reforms into concrete results. Mr. Khadri, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. مساء الخير. اسمي حمزة خضري، عضو مجلس السلطة العليا للشفافية والوقاية من الفساد ومكافحته بالجزائر. سأقدم لكم عرض حول مؤشر النزاهة نجاعة الذي استلهمناه من تجربة جمهورية كوريا.
Mr. Hamza Khadri is the member of the High Authority for Transparency Prevention and the Fight Against Corruption. He will share the experience of the adaptation of the IEI tool to Integrity Performance Index, named in Algerian Nazaha. Nazaha in Arabic means integrity.
الظروف التي أطلق فيها هذا المؤشر تتمثل في أننا في الجزائر قمنا بإصلاح دستوري سنة 2020. هذا الإصلاح الذي كرس التزام الدولة بالوقاية من الفساد ومكافحته، ولذلك أبرمنا اتفاقية مع مكتب الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي من أجل الاستفادة من تجربة كوريا جمهورية كوريا في مجال الوقاية من الفساد ومكافحته.
In 2020, Algeria undertook a constitutional reform that involved the revision of all constitutional chapters. One most significant outcome of this reform was the constitutional commitment to establish rigorous policies aimed at achieving the highest standard of transparency and preventing and combating corruption. The Constitution also highlights the prohibition of using public position or of trust of and for trust of personal enrichment and prohibition of conflicts of interest. The obligation to declare assessed and establishing on the high authority transparency as the national agency. For this, the national agency signed a framework with UNDP to benefit to this the experience of Korean to implement smoothly a technical tool in order to start as the implementing the first national anti-corruption strategy.
التحديات أو أسباب التعاون مع هيئة مكافحة الفساد والحقوق المدنية في جمهورية كوريا هي 3 أسباب. أولاً، تفعيل الالتزامات التي جاءت بها اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة الفساد، والتي تهدف إلى ضرورة تعزيز التعاون الدولي لا سيما في مجال تبادل الخبرات والممارسات الفضلى. وثانياً، فعالية تجربة هيئة مكافحة الفساد في كوريا في تحقيق أعلى مؤشرات النزاهة والشفافية والمساءلة في القطاع العام. وأخيراً، تزكية مكتب الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي لتجربة كوريا الجنوبية والتي اعتبرها ممارسة فضلى.
The main challenges and gaps addressed by the project are establishing a competitive environment among public sector bodies in implementing transparency, accountability, and integrity, developing a roadmap for institutions engaged in the implementation of the Nazaha integrity, and adopting measurable indicator for assessing transparency, accountability, and integrity in public sector.
هذا المؤشر اعتمد أو استلهم من تجربة كوريا الجنوبية 3 أصناف، 18 معيار وعفوا 8 معايير و18 مؤشرا و58 إجراء تقييمي.
The adaptation on the national context of the Korean tool was based on 3 categories, 8 standards, 18 indicators, 58 evaluation criteria, and
بالنسبة للصنف الأول والمتمثل في التخطيط، ينبغي على المؤسسات المشاركة في هذا المؤشر أن تعمل على إعداد خطة سنوية لتطبيق الشفافية والوقاية من الفساد ومكافحته، وتعمل على تنفيذها. إذن هذا هو الصنف الأول من مؤشر النزاهة نجاح.
The first category is about the planning phase, having the plan action. Design a plan action on anti-corruption and implemented this plan action in the institution.
بالنسبة للصنف الثاني يتمثل في التنفيذ، والتنفيذ يجب أن تعمل المؤسسات المشاركة في المؤشر على تجسيد 3 مبادئ. المبدأ الأول هو الشفافية، والمبدأ الثاني هو المساءلة، والمبدأ الثالث هو النزاهة.
The second category is about implementation, divided in 3 criteria, implementing the integrity system, transparency framework, and accountability framework in the targeted institutions.
للتأكد من تطبيق المؤسسات المعنية لنظام النزاهة، يتعين عليها تنفيذ مدونة قواعد السلوك، وضع نظام لإدارة حالات تضارب المصالح، وأخيرا إنشاء نظام داخلي للإنذار على مستوى المؤسسات.
The targeted institution have to develop an internal alert system, a conflict of interest management system, and the implementation of the code of conduct.
بالنسبة لمعيار الشفافية ينبغي على المؤسسات القيام بمبادرات إلى إنشاء آليات لحصول عامة الجمهور على المعلومات، وأيضا مبادرات لإنشاء آليات لمشاركة المجتمع المدني في صنع القرار.
Regarding the transparency the indicator, the targeted institution have to creating mechanism to enable civil society engagement in decision-making processes and establish mechanism enabling public access to information.
بالنسبة لتطبيق نظام المساءلة يجب على المؤسسات المشاركة أن تضمن إنشاء آلية للرقابة الداخلية وإنشاء نظام للرصد والتقييم على مستوى هذه المؤسسات.
For the accountability system, the targeted institution have to establish an institutional monitoring and an evaluation system and establishing an internal oversight mechanism.
بالنسبة الصنف الثالث وهو التنفيذ، نقوم بحساب النتائج المحققة في مجال النزاهة والنتائج المحققة في مجال الشفافية، وأخيرا النتائج المحققة في مجال المساءلة.
The evaluation phase is based on three criteria. So the assessment of the results achieved in practices of integrity, in the implementation of transparency standard, and the third one in implementation of the accountability standard.
بالنسبة للمؤسسات التي انخرطت في هذا المؤشر، هناك 17 قطاع وزاري و8 مؤسسات عمومية إدارية تحت الوصاية. من أهم القطاعات الوزارية وزارة الشؤون الخارجية، الداخلية والجماعات المحلية والنقل، ووزارة التعليم العالي التي حصلت على المرتبة الأولى في أول تقييم.
For the first exercise, there is public institution under the supervision, like Directorate of Civil Protection, General Director of Taxation, Customs and National Domain, and there is 10 ministries involved in the exercise. The most important, like the Ministry of Interior, the High Educational and Scientific Research, Telecommunications, Environment, and Religious Affairs.
بالنسبة للنتائج وحساب التأثير، تحصلنا على نتائج جيدة بعد تطبيق هذا المؤشر المستلهم من تجربة جمهورية كوريا. 80% من المؤسسات التي شاركت في هذا المؤشر أصبحت تعتمد على التخطيط. بالنسبة للنزاهة نلاحظ أن 73% من المؤسسات أصبح لها وضع نظام داخلي للإنذار، و31% أصبح لها نظام لإدارة حالة تضارب المصالح. وبالنسبة لمعايير النزاهة نجد أن 65% من المؤسسات أصبحت تشرك المجتمع المدني في صنع القرار، و81% أصبحت تعالج طلبات الحصول على المعلومة. الخلاصة أننا تحصلنا على نتائج جيدة بعد تطبيق هذا المؤشر الذي استلهمناه من تجربة جمهورية كوريا. الشكر موصول لها وموصول أيضا لمكتب الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي.
After the first year of the implementation of the tool, more than 70% of institutions established an internal whistleblowing system, 30% management of conflicts of interests, and 30% are implemented the code of conduct. Processing and more than 80% are processing requests for access to information, and more 60% associate civil society in the decision making process. I think.
الشكر موصول لهيئة مكافحة الفساد والحقوق المدنية في كوريا التي مكنتنا من هذه التجربة التي حققت لنا نتائج جيدة، وكذلك الشكر موصول لمكتب الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي، ونعمل في السنة القادمة على توسيع تطبيق هذا المؤشر إلى المؤسسات العمومية الاقتصادية.
Thank you for the ICRC and the UNDP for this experience, and for the next step, the IP Nezaha tool is extended to other public administration and local municipalities. Thank you.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس، وشكرا لكم على حسن الإصغاء.
شكرا سيد خاتري. Thank you. So with that experience, let's move to another experience in Sri Lanka, who will present, offering another example of how anti-corruption tools can be adapted to national circumstances and sustained beyond project cycles. Mr. Dasanayake, the floor is yours also for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, distinguished delegates, participants, and colleagues. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Republic of Korea, USPZ, and the ACRC for inviting us for this forum. So today what I'm going to present is our experience in introducing the AIA assessment in Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, the laws and the institutions have been established relating to anti-corruption for a very long time. However, as far as the commitment, the enthusiasm that was and the strategies that were adopted during during the history has not been very encouraging. However, I do not know, you would have heard that there was an economic downturn, a meltdown in 2022. So as a result of this situation, public got onto streets, and one of the slogans that they sort of expressed or they shouted about was the corruption in public authorities. So Sri Lanka had to resort to IMF for assistance, and in their diagnostic report too, they reported that corruption in public authorities was a major contributor to this economic downturn. So during this time, we were desperately looking for mechanisms how to sort of promote a culture of ethical conduct and integrity in government authorities. So, and at that time, a new law, a composite anti-corruption law, a very powerful law, was also enacted, law number 9 of 2023, which was a very commendable effort to sort of strategize the anti-corruption efforts on the part of the government. During this time, a learning exchange took place between our Commission for Investigation of Bribery or Corruption with ACRC. So this was a very good opportunity for us to study the anti-corruption efforts of the Republic of Korea. So one of the aspects that we were taken up was by this anti-corruption initiative assessment that the Korea has been developing for a very long time. So it was decided that we will also develop a similar system to introduce an anti-corruption initiative assessment for public authorities in Sri Lanka. So as part of the approach, what we did was that we went through the technical documentation that has been evolved by Korea, how to conduct this assessment. And we had them translated, we had them adapted, we had them contextualized, and we had them localized to align with the local anti-corruption strategies that we have already evolved. So first thing that we had to do was to identify the institutions that we were going to perform this assessment on. So with the help of the ACRC, we developed a criteria and came up with identifying all the important ministries and some of the key departments, 67 institutions altogether for the pilot project. So this was our first attempt, and it was a pilot project that we initiated with the assistance of USPC and also the UNDP of Sri Lanka. So there were workshops that we had to conduct for the officials of these 67 institutions, and as part of the workshop training, we we taught them as to what should consist of the assessments. So as already explained, there were three different type of assessments that we wanted to have. One was the self-assessment, then it was the internal assessment, and also the external assessment. So I won't go through the very details because I think already our Korean colleague informed as to what the important aspects of these assessments were. But self-assessment was the most important because that we managed to to train our officials how to perform a corruption risk assessment, how to come up with a plan for mitigation, how to bring in whistleblower protection, how to come up with a complaint mechanism. So there were a lot of technical aspects that we had to train public officials on. Then, of course, the internal and external assessments also we managed to bring in some criteria, and we train those officials how to perform those in their own institutions. And in Sri Lanka, a complementary development also took place. The President's office decided to have internal affairs units in each and every government institution. First, the target was to establish 106 internal affairs units. So these internal affairs units were the focal point to strategize anti-corruption initiatives in those institutions. So it was a very good coincidence, for the reason that the duties that were to be performed by the integrity officers under the AIA assessment was transferred onto the internal affairs units of each of those institutions, so that those criteria were part of the obligation of those units to perform during that particular year, so that they will be ready for the assessment at the end of the term. So one of the key things was that the Presidential Secretariat also developed a digital platform so that they could monitor the activities that were going on in the internal affairs units. And also there were continuing training that was going on during this particular time. So I must say that apart from the ACRC and USPC, who actually guided this particular exercise. We were also assisted by our colleagues who belong to the SSTC group in sharing their experience in implementing this assessment. So there were a couple of webinars, there were a couple of workshops that we took part, and we are very happy and we are very grateful to our colleagues who belong to this particular group, our regional friends, because most of us had the same issues. There was a commonality of challenges that we went through at that particular time. So it was a great assistance, support that we got from the SSTC group, and also with the other regional colleagues with whom we have been discussing right along as to how to strategize this assessment. So our new experience is that after the initial assessment that we did, now the IAUs have been expanded from 106 institutions to 250. So there is a challenge that's before us. How we are going to have the assessment done in such a large number of institutions, because I think you may know that the assessment is done by an independent evaluator, not by those institutions themselves. So to have resources, the capacity to have independent evaluators performing the assessment in the increasing number of public institutions that we are targeting is a challenge that we are facing. Actually, the embedding of the IAA assessment with the development of the IAUs was a great benefit for our country. For the reason that for IAUs, the task that we have entrusted them to perform at the initial stages very much coincide with the target assessment criteria that we have evolved under the AIA scheme. So that includes the corruption risk assessment, the mitigation plans, the protection, complaint mechanisms, sorry, so on and so forth. So both matched very well, and at the moment we are capacity building this increased number of institutions in developing their IAUs, and at the same time they will be ready to perform their AIA assessment when it is being done by the government or the anti-corruption institution.
You want to wrap up with the last sentence?
Sorry?
If you could wrap up, because we are...
Yes, sure. Yeah, I'm almost at the end. So therefore, the challenges that we do have. So at forums like this, it's a very good opportunity for us to discuss the experience that we have had with the AIA assessment, and also with the other anti-corruption initiatives that we have launched in the last recent times, so that we can learn from each other and we can improve our anti-corruption landscape in our own countries. And I again thank the USPC and also ACRC for organizing this forum, which is a great experience for us. Thank you very much.
Stuti, thank you. I think three themes are already emerging from the experiences that we heard. First, context matters. but core integrity principles can be transferred. Second, successful reform requires institutional ownership, not only technical tools. And the third one that we heard again and again is sustainability, which depends on embedding reforms into routine government practice. With that, we move to our next presentation, which focuses on another critical element of institutional change, and that's whistleblower protection. And for that, Professor Kang will examine Korea's experience in moving whistleblower protection from legislation to implementation and institutional practice. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. And can I get the Gotcha, thank you. So, all right, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. So it's my pleasure to be here with you, and my name is Michael Kang. I'm an assistant professor at Kyung-hee University in Korea. So for today's session, I have a 15-minute, right? That's good. So I'd like to share our ongoing research project on the developmental processes on the whistleblower protection regime in Korea. And this is a part of our joint research project with the UNDP Seoul Policy Center and ACRC of Korea. So LAM wasn't built in a day. Well, neither was Korea's whistleblower protection systems. So long story short, it took more than 3 decades and it's still ongoing. But honestly, most of the time wasn't not spending writing laws, but it was spent trying to make that laws or the laws that already existed actually do something. And so here's the strange part. Some of the Korea's strongest protections set on the books for many, many years, fully written, fully valid, but what was just asleep for a long time. Now the research doesn't really help us much about here. So we know a lot about why anti-corruption systems and the whistleblower protection mechanisms are important and why the law should be passed, but we know really nothing about how or how to make they got started working through institutional development. And the gap between the law on paper and linking that into the law in practice, that's where the study rivals. Right, so for 30 years, since around 1994, from Korea, a lot of things has happened in Korea. Not only for the good things, but we also had a lot of political scandals, corruptions, and a lot of citizens protests that we don't like the current systems. And to effectively capture this history, we use a solid theoretical lens from the historical institutionalism. That's a long, long body of literature that is backing up how to understand about the longitudinal processes of the institutions and the policies. So we use the theory of gradual institutional change to effectively understand the phases and the modes and what happened during these 30 years. And the main idea of the gradual institutional change is quite comforting, and we already know a lot about it. So institutions, laws, the systems, rarely change in one big moment or with just one big shot, but they change really slowly, and they evolve in an unintended way, as always. So as you can see on the slide, it starts with a critical juncture. Then institutions shift in 4 ways or into 4 phases. The first is the displacement that got started to replace the old rules, and then moving on to the layering, add new ones on top, but have some time of drift that rule stays but stop working, and then finally moving to the conversion that the reuse an old rule for something new. So why does this fit into the anti-corruption study because passing a law is a quite easy task. And in many of our partner countries from the UN network, we almost of us have a good laws and the strong institutions. But the problem is and the hard part comes after. And two of this, the drift and the convergent phases, that's the story Korea keeps coming back to, and what I want to talk a little bit more. Okay, so using the theory of the gradual institutional change I just explained, the slide shows the Korea's whistleblowing, and to be specifically, the internal corruption reporting bureaucratic whistleblowing cases trend over the years. And the red line that you can see is the number of the bureaucratic whistleblowing. So how many public officials came forward for when they find something is wrong, going wrong in my organizations when it comes to the corruptions. And the blue line is the confirmation rates. So how many turned out to be the Lear corruption. And as you can see, we found a quite clear or the interlasting patterns here. It stayed quite flat, that climbs, that jumps sharply, and finally levels off in recent days. And each stage, as you all see, matches one phase of the story. And so now let's walk through each phase one by one from now on. So the phase one, the critical juncture. So in 2001, Korea passed its first anti-corruption act and sets up a dedicated agency. And credit where it's due, reporting, protection, reward, and everything were all there from day one. And one of our elite interviewees told us that the basic system was clearly laid out from the very first moment. But here's the catch. Protection for individual whistleblowers. That was the weak spot at the first phases. No separate law, mostly on paper, more principles than the practices. So this was nothing more than just the beginning from the 2001, and the two forces were coming together, one from outside and one from inside. So from the outside, there was quite helpful momentum, the IMF movement, and the growing global attention through the United Nations. So we're keep having that opportunities and continuing our relationship from that point. But the stronger, lasting force came from inside and from the citizens, a citizens movement in the 1990s that kept calling for anti-corruption and whistleblower protections. So the next phase is displacements from 2008 to 2010. So in 2008, a big new organization was born, the ACRC. So the current version of the ACRC. So the three presidential committees were merged into one strong agency that came with the government's small government push, and it changed a lot of things, some for better or some for worse. Now, as a dedicated anti-corruption body, it did get a bit weaker because it was demoted from a presidential agency down to one under the prime minister level. But here's the other side, that by merging with the other functions, it could now work in a more connected way. So it's got started a multi-layered body, one that could link anti-corruption with the other laws. And from another, around this time, Korea's ACRC started tackling corruption in many different ways. And one of them is our collaboration with UNDP, like today that we are standing and sitting here to share about what is going on in our countries. And so in a way, what we've achieved today grows out of exactly this history. And I feel so happy to be here today together with this long history of the UNDP Seoul Policy Center and together with the ACRC. But let me move on to the next phase, by the way, because time is learning. So now we get to the layering phase from 2011 to 2021, like a 10 years of the year span that in Korea. And I feel like that this is the most important phases for developing or maturing the whistleblower protection regimes in one country. So that was a time of a lot of political scandals and crises in Korea for that time. For example, like the Sewol ferry disaster in 2014 and the influence peddling scandal in 2016 that even led to a presidential the impeachment of the president at that time. But with this, here are some important parts for anti-corruption policies. So at that time, ACRC used those crises very wise ways, turning each one into new laws and the new layers of the protection systems with the new single protection, new legislations. So for instance, like the anti-solicitation, so the Kim Young-ran Act that we just got this morning came light out of this moment. And so instead of building just a new one or building one big all-powerful law, Korea added layer upon layers. And in a democratic systems, that layered approach can actually work better according to our elite interviewees. And the findings from my interview with the former ACRC members talks about that, that the laws and the ideas were already there from the first phase. But the ACRC has been quietly preparing for a long time, getting ready for the right moment. And that mattered more than we might think. So next comes drift. So that's the not a good season, of course, but this is the heart of the whole talk. So on paper, from 2008 to 2021, protection never have looked better. But in practice, the tool sat unused. The grant rate was about 9%, and the worst part, a third of those who got protection were punished anyway. Could you remind back about the blue line? So reporting surged past 9,000, and it was quite genuine. And so the layered corruption was being reported from this point at scale exactly when protection stopped working. So the law was there, it just wasn't answering the phone, and that's the quite sad season in our developmental history. Let's move on to the final phase from 2021, so the convergent phase. So the period of drift didn't last long. It soon turned with another big scandal and one key law, the Conflict of Interest Act. And the trigger was the 2021 LH land scandal. So the LH is one type of particular public corporations in Korea, and a Conflict of Interest Act had been stuck for 8 years until that time, and then in about 10 weeks, it passed by making very good use of that scandal, led by the former chairperson of the ACRC. So this is where the machinery finally switches on. They lose as before, but now they actually get used. The sleuthing enforcement tool starts working, liability protections kicks in, and all the reporting channels become one portal, so the clean portal that we talked this morning, and the reward selling comes off, just in one shot phases. And what you can see in the number is that the bureaucratic whistleblowing jumped around 9,000 cases. That's more than 4 times that the old baseline of the 2000, and the confirmation rate, the share of the real corruption climbed to up to 90%. So these numbers tell briefly about that the system was finally got started to working. So, let me be really honest with you. So this 30-year story shows how hard it was that the Korea tried to build the whistleblower protection systems in a meaningful way. So, as a scholarly viewpoint, Korea didn't move in a straight line to protect whistleblowers. We had a lot of sad stories, a lot of failures, and a lot of costs that we are still spending. it stalled, it went backward, good laws sat asleep for years. So it was quite slow, it was messy. But I think that this is quite good news for our UNDP partner countries, because you don't have to repeat all of it, because you can learn from the Korea's detours, Korea's failure, and you can see how to skip a few such long processes. And that's the whole point of studying this. So there are three key takeaways. First, one, strong law is nothing more than a starting line. And two, change is quite slow, but a shock sets the timing. So be please ready before it comes. And three, an independent, neutral, anti-corruption agency. That's what makes it last. All right. So I would like to let me leave you with just one voice from our elite interviews. So we asked our interviewee with one simple question. So if a country has got started to try to build the whistleblower protection system from the scratch, what should it secure first? And the answer wasn't about to make a good law or make a better law. It was in the slide that. So what he or she said to us is that, so the former chairperson of the ACRC was that it should start with an independence and the neutrality of the anti-corruption agency. And that right there is the whole argument, I think. So in the anti-corruption world, there is no single right answer or no single great frameworks. No one law, no one tool, no one method, but the structure and the independence and the body that the ordinary people can actually reach. All right, thank you so much for your listening and time, and I'd like to take your questions later on. Thank you.
Hamida, Professor Kang, very interesting insight into the long and arduous history of adopting the law and then adapting it for implementation on whistleblower protection. With that, now we go to the second segment, where we are going to hear from practitioner experiences from Montenegro, from Vietnam, Colombia, and Malaysia. And I will ask each panelist to address one or all of these questions, 3 questions that I have, to give us more perspective for the purpose of this meeting and for our conclusions, particularly tomorrow. And those are, in your own journey, what was one major challenge encountered? What was one action that unlocked progress? And what was one factor that what was most important for sustainability? So a challenge, an action that unlocked progress, and how did you ensure sustainability? Given our limited time, again, I have to ask everyone to stick to 3 minutes. Hopefully we'll have a few minutes left for Q&A. And with that, we go first to Mrs. Bogojevic. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so I will try to be brief due to time limitation. Those are really 3 big questions. Mr. Škerović from the Montenegrin Anti-Corruption Agency has reflected in his presentation on some of these challenges. He talked about the large scope of public administration in Montenegro to be assessed. He talked about workload on integrity managers, additional workload. And he talked about the limited capacities of the agency, both in human resources terms and in financial terms. But to be quite honest, we overcame these challenges pretty easily, except for one, which took a bit of more time, and that is the workload on integrity managers, because we today have heard a lot about how people are important, how this process should always put people in the center, and this is something that we actually had a lot of challenge with and succeeded, because to implement or to assess the capacities of the institutions based on the methodology that we created on Korean, based on inspired by the Korean experience. I mean, the process has been challenging, but also we needed to put people in the center of the process through these joint workshops to give the integrity managers as the focal points in this process the ownership of it. So they were the co-creators of the methodology. They adapted from each sector, for each sector, they adapted methodology jointly with Agency for Prevention of Corruption in Montenegro and UNDP, so they had the ownership of it. And also, we needed to be adaptable to the specificities of certain sectors, so the size, the scope of it, the capacities, the challenges within a certain sector. So based on our experience, so we need to put people in the center, so this is a human-centered methodology and assessment. The ranking has been certainly an incentive. It provided incentive to institutions to get better scores and to show better results within the public, but also it has never been a process of shaming or blaming anyone. It has always been a process of providing the safe space for them to own the tools, to empower the capacities, and to kind of change the behavior and the organizational structure within the certain institution. When it comes to enablers, of course, as Mr. Škerović has mentioned, this process has been integrated into their everyday work. It became a part of the national systemic, structure in terms of integrating the methodology and the assessment in the national anti-corruption strategy. But this is not a sprint; it's a marathon. It's a process that requires a further strengthening of the Agency for Prevention of Corruption as an independent institution, but also a stronger, it creates a sense for a stronger coordination with other institutions, be it police, judiciary, and everyone involved in battling against corruption. So looking ahead, this process will definitely depend on further strengthening of agencies' institutional capacities. We mentioned the AI digitalization processes, and we'll talk about it furthermore during the conference, but when it comes to the data collection and upgrading the methodology, the AI may certainly help in that. So that is in short from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very concise and precise. Now we go to Vietnam. So Mrs. Huyen and Mrs. An, please, the floor is yours with the same questions.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm Phương Anh from the Government Inspectorate of Vietnam, and it's a great honor for me today to say about the Vietnam experience. And you can see that in Vietnam, fighting against corruption is very important mission, and evaluating the anti-corruption work also important too. So we have learned the model from ICAC, and we develop our own assessment index to apply for the nationwide. So to the question of the moderator, I think that our most challenging problem is how to localize the model and how to make it relevant to Vietnam characteristic and to our condition is also the very big challenge for us, and this is how we do. We started in the 2016. We launched a pilot project which is supported by ACAC of Korea, and the assessment index have grown into from a small initiative into a very cornerstone in our national strategy. And in our law on anti-corruption 2018, we institutionalized the assessment activity into our law, and to require all the province to have to conduct the periodic assessment, and it will be a component a kind of a mandatory component in the annual anti-corruption report. And even recently, when we amend and supplement the law on anti-corruption in 2025, the assessment index become more stronger, and we plan to expand its focus to the private sector, and also to apply for the ministries or level also. And the law, you can see that the law at first, based on the assessment activity was mostly based on the guesswork and the personal opinion, but the PACA, the assessment index have changed that, and we are conducting the assessments based on the data, on the subjective assessment, and the index has allows the province to see where they stand and to compare the result, and also to learn from each other. And the index is not just about ranking or punishing. Its real value is to create a spirit of real self correction and self reflection, and it helps the leader to find where is the system is weak, and what is the problem, and to fix the problem before it gets worse. The big challenge is to how to make it sustainable, and you can see that we keeps the achievement and the result of the project, and up to now we develop it and we put it into our current laws, and still keep the achievement of the project. And maybe my colleagues also have some information to share with you.
Thank you very much, Phương Anh, and thank you, Sherwin, for the questions. I think that one of the biggest challenges for us is to guard against the values of assessment results, right? So whether or not it comes from the government side or from the outside of the government, it is about the public trust, or the basically our own trust as well in the data that we collect over time, and also through those indices. So I think the challenge here is to make our data or assessment results credible to all, right? Credible to the leaders, so that they can see the real stories underneath all those numbers. The credibility around their reported basically number of figures from local governments, for instance, in Vietnam, and the internal assessment findings are also questionable for many outsiders. So how to make those reliable and also objective, so that the public can trust, and that's why that brings us to one of the very core part in Cartman's statement this morning, is about citizen trust, right, or the public trust, or our own trust in our own system. And I think that one of the way out to make such assessments credible, trustworthy, is that we have some sort of complementary tools elsewhere in order to double check, to triple check the numbers that we collect from inside, so that we can basically find the pain points that the system is facing. For instance, in Vietnam, apart from the PACA, the Provincial Anti-Corruption Assessment Tool, we also have two other complementary tools. The first one is the Vietnam Governance and Public Administration Performance Index, which for short is PAPI. We developed it from 2009 as a mirror for citizens to reflect on their lived experience with different public sectors, basically outputs or products or services, and one of that is anti-corruption effort. So we have a pillar on control of corruption, which we borrowed from also the governance indicators, worldwide indicators. So through that, we can see the trends, and we could also inform GI, the Vietnam government inspectorate, about how citizens have to say about their anti-corruption effectiveness. And then we also have another tool called the Provincial Competitiveness Index, which is supported by another donor for the Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to look at the business's perspective, so that these three tools are complementary in the way that we provide the leaders, the policymakers, with different perspectives from all three corners: the state, the market, and the society, so that they can see what they can do more in order to improve the effectiveness of anti-corruption or prevention of bribes, for instance, right? So I think one of the enablers here to facilitate the public trust in our government's assessment tools is to combine and to basically assist other actors to provide additional and complementary data for us to double check, to triple check. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we go to Mrs. Vargas with the experience.
Good afternoon.
Please.
It's my honor to be here and represent the Bogota Mayor's office. In order to accomplish the time given me, I would like to read my answers. Our goal in Bogota since 2024 has been to include integrity and transparency from the very beginning when designing public service. This has helped us identify and reduce corruption risk before new services are implemented. It has also improved coordination between public institutions and helped rebuild citizen trust. We have faced many challenges, but I would like to mention three. First, we have to adapt a corruption risk assessment tool that was originally developed for the national government to Bogota local context. Second, we have to improve coordination between different teams. We brought together experts in regulation, integrity, and citizen service. More than 180 public officials work together toward the same goal. Finally, we want corruption risk assessment to become a regular part of the designing public services that citizens use every day. Before this project, that was not part of the process, with great potential because we have more than 1,000 of procedures. We addressed this challenge through a combination of interinstitutional collaboration and regulatory reforms. First, we work closely with the Bogota City Council to build political support and ensure the long-term sustainability of this approach. We institutionalized it through the 2024 and 2027 strategy for improving Bogota public service, a new regulatory proposal that requires a technical feasibility assessment before creating, modifying, and eliminating public procedures. This helps reduce unnecessary complexity, discretion, and regulatory barriers. Second, we establish a governance framework between the General Secretariat and the Legal Secretariat to integrate corruption risk assessment into the design of the design of regulation and public procedures. Third, we develop practical tools and training programs so that public officials can identify and prevent corruption risks throughout the regulatory process. Since 2024, these efforts have produced concrete results. We now have an adapted methodology that has been validated through nearly 15 district decrees in areas such as construction, urban planning, education, and event permits. I believe three factors explain why this experience is sustainable. First, we focus on creating public value, by linking transparency with simple administrative procedures and better service for citizens. Second, we made this approach part of our institutions. Today, corruption risk prevention is included in the Bogota Citizen Service public policy for the next 10 years. And our new regulatory framework, really new, because in May of this year is the framework, will ensure that it becomes part of the regular work and the district, rather than one-time initiative. Third, we focus on standardization and practicality. We move from concept to actions by developing practical tools and clear process. This makes it easier to apply corruption risk assessment throughout the life cycle of the public's procedures and administrative acts. Looking ahead, our next challenge is to integrate digital technology into this process. We want to provide digital tools that help our 63 district entities identify and reduce unnecessary discretion and complexity. At the same time, these tools will help the General Secretariat provide technical opinions in more integrated, consistent, and faster way. Of course, Colombia and Bogota will continue to be the only experience in America that learns from and adapts the Korean experience. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Mrs. Bentali, please, your Malaysian experience.
Thank you, Mr. Sherwin. From Malaysia's perspective, one of the key challenges in localizing international anti-corruption approaches was ensuring that they were aligned with our domestic and governance context. While international experiences provide valuable lessons, successful implementation requires adaptation to local laws, structures, and stakeholders' needs. The most important lesson for us was that ownership and coordination among agencies are critical to translating good practices into sustainable reforms. Though a significant milestone in this regard was the enactment of the Whistleblower Protection Act in 2010, which was further strengthened through amendments which we did last year in 2025. And then the other one that we actually kind of learned from Korea was the comprehensive integrity assessment, but which they evaluate and grades public institution, whereas we grade in a way where we call them medium, high rank, medium rank, or low rank. So if it's a high rank, we place our integrity officers there with a higher grade. So if it's a medium rank, medium grade. If it's a lower rank, lower grade. So we place our own officers in that ministry if they're very high rank. And if you're looking at how we tackle them, we address this through stakeholders' engagement and by aligning integrity initiatives with broader national reforms agendas, such as we have National Anti-Corruption Plan. We came up with that in 2019. This helped ensure that integrity assessments were not treated as one-off exercises, but as a part of a wider institutional reform effort. And then the NACP helped move anti-corruption efforts beyond policy commitments by providing a structure framework for implementation, monitoring, and accountability across government. Building on the experiences and lessons gained during NACP implementation, Malaysia subsequently developed National Anti-Corruption Strategy back in 2024 as a continuation to the NACP again, with a stronger emphasis on institutional strengthening, integrity culture, whole of society participation, and sustainable behavioral change. One experience shows that lasting impact comes not only from having strong policies, I should say political will also, but from ensuring the institution have the capacity, ownership, and commitment to implement them effectively. And if I look at enablers, I'll repeat again what I say, it's political will. Within 5 years, we changed 3 prime ministers, so I'll repeat that again, political will. The key lesson for Malaysia is that reforms last when they become part of everyday governance, not just a policy document or project. The National Anti-Corruption Plan became Malaysia's overarching reform framework. The challenge was not drafting a plan, but getting ministries and agencies to adopt it, coordinating implementation across government, ensuring accountability and monitoring, translating broad policy commitments into agency-level actions. Then we have National Anti-Corruption Strategy, National NACS. Stronger focus on implementation, greater emphasis on integrity, continuing monitoring and governance mechanism. In fact, we have a special dashboard for this, so the whole world who has this URL can watch them, how we are doing so far with NACS. So Korea's model was developed within a different legal and administrative environment, I would say. Malaysia had to adapt them to local laws, institutions, and federal structures. There are pros and cons, but it doesn't mean we don't look into Korea's initiatives. We do, but with amendments to them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I hear several themes emerging from everything that we heard, particularly in terms of challenges, localizing some of these experiences in the context, local context, including, among others, we just heard from national context to the to the kind of local government context in the case of Bogota. Also the issue of capacity and resources, I think another common thread, and building trust, the trust deficit that is basically needs to be overcome, and the trust that needs to be built to be able to use these new approaches effectively. And in terms of solutions, I think the most common theme that I heard was institutionalization, of building it into really the everyday work. Topic of incentives and accountability came up, I think, in several comments. That's another very important element. Interinstitutional or broader collaboration. We heard a few themes about the need for collaboration among institutions, but also interesting experience from Vietnam in complementing this work with different sectors involved, private sector, public, and so on. And finally, ownership, obvious point, and I think very important. Building ownership is a challenge, but having it is the solution, basically, for the challenge. The plan was to have 22 minutes of Q&A. The reality in front of me, in the time clock that I see in front of me, is that we have 19 seconds left. So I think with that, I have to unfortunately wrap up again this session without Q&A. Maybe there will be again opportunity also during the coffee break to engage with the panelists, but that only leaves me with thanking them. So Hamza Hamida, Shokran, Itsuti, Hevala, Kaman, Gracias, and Terima kasih.
Thank you. So this is the end of the second session, and I'd like to extend my sincere appreciation to our moderator and distinguished speakers and panelists for their valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm round of applause once again. Now you can go down to the stage carefully. And we will have a short coffee break and resume here at 3:45 p.m. for our third session. Thank you for your cooperation and see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite our speakers and panelists up to the stage for the session 3. The session 3 will begin shortly. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now proceed with session 3. As the final session of today's event, session 3 will be held under the theme Private Sector Integrity, Moving Beyond Compliance to Inclusive Growth. And let me take a moment to introduce our moderator, speakers, and panelists one by one. Our moderator will be Mr. Kim Young-chan, Team Lead for Governance and Gender of UNDP Seoul Policy Center. And we are also joined by Mr. Yoon Eun-gi, former president of Korean Association for Corruption Studies. Today we have Ms. Lisa Miller, head of Integrity Compliance Office from World Bank Group. And next, we are also joined by Ms. Ju Kyung-hee, director of NGO and Business Cooperation Division of ACRC. Next is Ms. Jin Jung-hee, Lead Country Compliance Officer from Siemens Korea. And we also have Ms. Herliana Nanning, Program Analyst from Inclusivity and Growth of UNDP Malaysia. And it's our panelist, Ms. Ariuna Tumurutogo, Business and Human Rights Analyst from UNDP Mongolia. And it's our last panelist, Ms. Farida Kebri, Governance Team Leader of UNDP Algeria. And from now on, I will hand over my microphone to the moderator. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you, MC. It's my honor to moderate session 3. I have a huge pressure because before me, there was Anga and Shelvin, like anti-corruption gurus. Maybe they're too young to be gurus, but they're experts of anti-corruption before me. Behind me, we have dinner. So I have huge pressure. I need to finish this session on time. So what I will do, I will be an active listener because we have experts here. I want to give most time to the speakers so that they can share more their expertise. And what I will try also that Anga and Shelvin couldn't manage is to give the opportunity to the floors for the first time, because we want to. Because as you may know, we have many ACRC staff and Korean experts from different sectors are actually also participating here. So we also want to give the opportunity to them to raise questions and to complement the speakers here. So that's my purpose. And at the end of the session, I want to take out 3 things. First, 2 things. First, 3 ways that private sector can contribute to the overall integrity ecosystem. And 3 enablers or policies or systems that helps private sector can do those things, right? So those 3 things, it's not only the responsibilities of the speakers, but also the participants here, also to think about it while listening presentations and intervention. Please think about it. And because we don't have much time, I would also like to kindly ask all the speakers to keep the time as much as possible. Also, for Korean participants, I know asking questions in English, sometimes it's hard. That's why we have a Korean and English interpretation. Feel free to raise questions and make comments in Korean, okay? All right, without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Yoon Eun-gi, former president of Korean Association for Corruption Study, but also Dean of College of Social Science in Donghua University. Professor Yoon, floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Okay, this is session 3. We welcome the many corruption experts from the many countries to Korea today this session, session 3, the private sector, the integrant and inclusive growth within the integrated ecosystem. I think that there is maybe today presentation time is very short time, for 10 minutes. Okay, I make the presentation briefly, shortly. Okay, today's presentation topic is control strategy for the nation of integrant, I think that the ecosystem. Today, the main content of the presentation, the relationship between corruption and the economic development, also the relationship between the corruption and the social capital. I think that without the high level of social capital, basically, integrant ecosystem is not successful. We need is very high level of the social capital. Also, I emphasize the anti-corruption strategy to improve corruption perception index (CPI). Also, finally, I explained the case study, a successful case study in Korea, the significant content of the transparency agreement in Korea. Maybe I think that this KPEG is signed 2005, 20 years ago. After Korea PEG, usually there is maybe high level of corruption in the decrease. It's very the successful case I explained. Finally, I explained about the good governance. I think that. Look at the map. This one, the Transparency International represent Corruption Perception Index 2025. I have many countries, 182 countries. You look at the red color. You like red color? The red color is a high level corruption. It's bad situation. Okay. How about the yellow color is very low level corruption. Ukraine politics. For example, Denmark, Switzerland, New Zealand, Singapore. Also, every country become the yellow color. I like that. So I explained how to reduce corruption level. So I think that there is impact of corruption of economic development. Corruption is a major obstacle to investment and economic development. So many African study usually the relationship between the corruption and the economic situation. So I think that there is basically many countries, I mentioned that the poverty country. Why they poverty country? Because of high level corruption. Also the second, I mentioned that the relationship between the corruption and the social capital, integrant ecosystem and social capital. Usually the ecosystem means that with business sector, with government sector, civil society sector, media sector, the many sector with cooperation, collaboration. However, without the high level social capital, it is not potential. Okay? So I think that there is a social capital is a high level, usually Northern European country. So there is very the clean country. I emphasize about that. So look at the diagram. Usually Sweden, it trusts the society. It trusts is 80%. However, corruption, political leader is 10%. Usually, I think that the people trust government. People may trust organization. People trust department. The government trusts people. Usually, collaboration, cooperation is possible. With what? High level social capital. Without the social capital, the potential is important thing. Trust the society. Also, this is the main control for anti-corruption. Usually, I suggest external control system, internal control system. Many high-level corruption system, usually the internal control system, external control system is not working, not effective. So what is maybe anti-corruption strategy to improve the corruption perception index, including number 1, external institutional control strategy. Second, internal institution control strategy. Number 3, external behavior control strategy. Number 4, internal behavior control. I think that the advanced country is 4 strategy very effectively successful. The very poverty country do not working internal control, external control. So it's first external institutional control strategy is achieved by the National Assembly, judiciary, civic group, ombudsman, media, political party. In other words, there is a legislative branch, executive branch, judicial branch. Usually advanced countries separate power, not conspiration, not authoritarianism. So this is very external institutional control strategy very effective. Second is the internal the institutional control strategy is achieved by government, is bureaucracy. It means that there is transparency, also accountability, is very government is not failure, is very successful government organize that. Also the third first, external behavioral control strategy, this is very civic culture. Civic culture means that there is a very ethnic group, also they may fairness. I think that there is a civic group increase. I think that the transparency is very important things. Also the internal the behavioral control strategy, it means that the bureaucratic public official is very the public interest, not the private interest. Also posting is control strategy is necessary to achieve successful and to reduce the system. I show you that this one is a very important diagram. First, external control system, also bureaucratic internal control system is very successful, effective. This is number one advanced country. However, external control system is not working. Also, the internal control system not working. This is number 4. What? Government failure is market failure. So I think that this one, every country, usually 160 countries, poverty country, because of the high-level corruption system. So we need that, not the government failure, the market failure. If it is successful, we need one case advanced country. So I think that today is very important content. Discrimination to content of transparency agreement in Korea, KPAC. KPAC means Korea Pact Anti-Corruption Transparency. Usually, KPAC we signed 2005, maybe long time ago, approximately 21 years ago. After that, Korea case maybe high-level corruption in the long time ago, it decreased at this point gradually. So I think that the K content, transparency, the society consumption, government sector, corporate sector, civil society sector, a political sector, media sector, together, working together. It means that cooperation, collaboration. Usually the particularly important sector, corporate sector, establish of the corporate ethics chapter, securing accounting transparency, eradicating bribery, comparing with the fair trade, establishing an internal control system. It represents the example, compliance office system, ethical management program, internal the reporting system is very successful, effective. Also the civil society sector, very the crucial, very important things. Civil society is responsible for anti-corruption, surveillance, civic education, education of control, report, policy monitoring. Everything, government sector, company sector, civil society sector, the political sector, media sector together working. Cooperation is very successful. After that, Korea is maybe become more is a low-level corruption system. Also, this is good governance, new governance organization, maybe involving government, business, civic group, academic, journalism, and labor. I said that without the high-level social capital, I think that this one, K-pop, is not successful. However, we need that the trust society, we achieve that more. It's very integrate ecosystem. It's very important things. So I think that this one, strong civil society, weak the civil society, I think that is without long time ago, maybe 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 20 years ago, I think that the Korea society is very weak civil society. However, it belong to is a strong civil society. I think that the government to get the influence from civil society, just listen to public opinion. So I think that there is a decrease in high-level corruption in Korea case. Also, integrated ecosystem, I compare with social cooperativism Nordic country, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, is very is trust society. This is very economic structure with the balance of internal and external control very excellent, including social unions, the consensus, democracy, universal welfare state, also law equality, bureaucracy with political neutrality. So high trust society is possible. Also this one is very high level, also very the integrated ecosystem. Also second, a pluralistic country, United States, United Kingdom. Usually the pluralistic countries means that the market system more important. Okay, compare is a government function, is a market function. Usually the pluralistic country usually have an effective external control system. External control system means that such as civil society and media, so outside government. So I think the two things that anyway, this one is a very advanced country, is pluralism, also corporatism. Number one is pluralism, number two, corporatism. Number three, undeveloped country. Number four, undeveloped country. I mentioned that I think that 182 country, usually the 23 country just belong to pluralism, corporatism. Number 3, 4, maybe 160, 150 country or poverty country because of high level of corruption system. So I think that the capacity of a government institution, internal, external control, we working together, we achieve is low level corruption system. I think that the conclusion means that usually the K-pop is very excellent example of cooperation. Usually government, business, civil society. Also the K-pop is adopted in the social pact of cooperation. This is very spirit of partnership. Also the cooperation based on what? Volunteerism. Okay? I think that the market, government function together working. This is cooperation, collaboration with a successful Korean case with the Korea case decrease on the high level corruption. In conclusion, attention. Thank you for attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yoon, for such a comprehensive presentation. I think your presentation gave us the idea how corruption affects growth and trust, and then the main strategy to fight it, and the Koreans' own story, especially the K-Pact, the 2005 agreement where government, business, and civil society promised transparency together. And we also noticed where business fits in this ecosystem. Firms are one of the key actors that build trust. And in K-Pact, that made real commitment of their own. I think that was a really good example. All right, now I will move to our next speaker, Ms. Lisa Miller from World Bank. Ms. Miller.
Thank you. So I don't have slides. I tend to just speak. So I'm really pleased to be here, and I thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this important discussion and for featuring private sector, because corruption is two sides of the coin. You can't just address the public sector, half of it. So I'm always very pleased when organizations include the private sector as part of the discussion. So there are a lot of different drivers as to why the private sector entities should put in place strong integrity compliance frameworks. There are some of the obvious ones. Investors look at it. Business partners do due diligence. They want to understand who they're doing business with, and they look if there are integrity issues that companies have. They look at what kind of an integrity compliance framework a company has in place, or at least they should be looking at those things. There's also an increase in national legislation and international and national guidance on integrity frameworks and expectations that are placed on private sector companies as they do business. So there are more guidelines that companies are expected to follow, and certainly to understand if they're going to do business in those jurisdictions or with entities such as the World Bank Group that has its own anti-corruption framework, anti-corruption guidelines, integrity compliance guidelines in place. There also has been an increase in cross-border enforcement cases where an entity that may be involved in fraud and corruption in one jurisdiction then comes under investigation in another jurisdiction, or an entity that comes under investigation and sanctioned by a multilateral development bank is also under investigation and possible national action by a national authority or multiple national authorities. So how those authorities coordinate is increasingly important, not just in terms of the investigation aspect, but also what is the remedial action, what is the rehabilitative expectation on the companies that are involved in those types of situations. And And then also, there are increasing supply chain expectations. You know, what obligations are being imposed down the supply chain in various areas, including integrity, compliance, and anti-corruption frameworks. So that just kind of sets a very high-level stage as to a handful of the reasons why this matters. I mean, it also matters because it's the right thing to do, but you know, we'll put that aside for now. You know, so what has the World Bank Group done? We have integrity compliance guidelines, which I mentioned, in place. The guidelines were first issued in 2015. They were just, I'm sorry, in 2010. They were just updated after those 15 years last November. So we issued new integrity compliance guidelines. And I do have some QR codes, which I hope will pop up. I don't have a clicker. Thank you. This is my one slide. So these are the revised integrity compliance guidelines, as well as a summary of key changes. Oh, wait, I should have had, oh, I don't have another, I'll get to it. I have another QR code. You'll have to come see me to scan. I do? Okay. Well, I'll leave this one up, and then I'll get to the other one. So these guidelines, the updated guidelines, do a couple of things. They reflect our experience working with entities and developing integrity compliance programs over the past 15 years. They reflect trends in integrity compliance over the past 15 years. And they also reflect the harmonized Multilateral Development Bank General Principles for Business Integrity Programs. There's no abbreviation, really long name. But what's really significant about these harmonized principles that the World Bank and other multilateral development banks issued in 2023 is the fact that it had never been done before. Daniel Kaufman spoke earlier about some of the harmonization across the Multilateral Development Bank anti-corruption and sanctions framework, but we'd never had harmonized business integrity principles. So it was a really important step because it means that entities seeking to do business under Multilateral Development Bank finance projects now have a common set of principles to try to follow in putting in place these integrity frameworks. So what is the importance of these principles? The principles are adaptable. They can be tailored to every company's context, its risk profile, its size, its circumstances, its cultural considerations. And that to me is critically important. We heard a lot earlier today about, in the government context, that you adapt, you have standards, but you adapt them to the local context. It's the same with a company. The principles are common, but how companies need to incorporate them has to be done in a way that makes the integrity compliance framework they're putting in place not just appropriate for that company, but capable of implementation. It's not going to be sustainable if the program isn't specific to that company's circumstances. So it's the same thing we were talking about with public sector. Localize it. Adapt your program to your company's circumstances and risk profile. And it was interesting because the Honorable Kim Young-ran said this morning when she was referring to the Improper Solicitation and Graft Act, she spoke of law as a social safety net that can lead to behavioral and cultural change. And it really struck me. Isn't that what a company's integrity compliance program is? A company can put in place an integrity compliance program that is effectively a corporate safety net. It helps the company prevent misconduct from occurring. It helps the company detect misconduct if it's suspected to have occurred. It has mechanisms in place to investigate and remediate misconduct. And that structure also can affect behavioral change, not just among the employees, but among the business partners, among clients, government actors with whom the entity is interacting. And it also can affect cultural change within the company. So that statement really struck me because it's really no different in the private sector context. Yes, it's a different framework, but the principles are the same, and how it impacts the company is the same as how these types of laws and frameworks in the public sector context impact government entities. So now I want to get back to this multi-stakeholder concept. To me, that's why we're here. Because we're here to share stories. We're here to share experiences across regions, across countries, across business sectors. And it's critical that we continue to do that because that's how we learn. We're not reinventing the wheel. I know sometimes we think we are. We're not. What we're doing is adapting the principles that we all know, but we're adapting them to work in all of our different contexts. And I think we build capacity by putting in place these tailored type principles and standards, ones that can be tailored. What we've done at the Integrity Compliance Office of the World Bank Group is put in place a mentorship program. And through that mentorship program, we ask entities with whom we have worked to put in place enhanced integrity systems in connection with a World Bank Group sanction, to mentor small, medium-sized enterprises who are currently working with us to put in place enhanced integrity compliance programs of their own. We have developed, next QR code, except I don't know how to do it. There we go. So we've developed an integrity compliance knowledge sharing platform that has learning tools, gamified learning modules for public and private sector entities. We have guidance tools for public and private sector entities. But in terms of collective action, we have developed a networking hub where we invite companies to provide contact information. So it's like a dating service for compliance professionals. We facilitate the meeting, but we don't make the match. We just allow these companies to reach out to each other if they're interested in discussing integrity compliance challenges and strengths in their respective industries and regions. And so I just want to leave with collective action, because I know that's going to come up from some of the subsequent speakers, and just encourage us all to think who are the right counterparts in private sector, public sector, academia, CSO, NGO, and what are the issues we want to address, and just start those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Both Professor Yoon and Ms. Miller, I think, gave us some ideas to fit those three enablers and three ways private sector can contribute to the integrity ecosystem. Especially Ms. Miller gave us the strong why we need to do this, and I think it was very powerful. Okay, now I will hand it over to, we have three other presenters. While Professor Yoon and Ms. Miller gave us more why and where and how, the next three presentation will be more concrete case. So one from ACRC, state anti-corruption body, how they work to promote private sector engagement. We have Siemens Korea from private sector's perspective, how they manage their case. And we have UNDP Malaysia, their program supporting SMEs to be part of this initiative. Without further ado, I will hand over microphone to Ms. Chu.
안녕하십니까 국민권익위원회.
Good afternoon. My name is Chu Kyung-hee, and I am the director of the NGO and Business Cooperation Division. I would like to talk about ACRC's efforts and partnerships aimed at enhancing integrity in the private sector. It's an honor for me to deliver this presentation. As Korea's central anti-corruption agency, the ACRC is a government institution responsible for implementing the anti-corruption policies encompassing both the public and private sectors. To this end, we have worked to build an integrity ecosystem in which the government, civil society, and businesses work together, and to foster a culture of integrity throughout society. We are also formulating policies in line with the increasingly stringent anti-corruption standards of the international community and undertake a wide range of initiatives to raise the overall level of integrity across the country. One of the key strategies for advancing these anti-corruption policies is to establish and operate an effective anti-corruption governance system. Anti-corruption governance can be explained from two perspectives. The first is to advance anti-corruption policies in partnership with the private sector. And the second is to support the private sector's efforts to enhance integrity based on the collaborative partnerships established through this process. Today, I would like to introduce the ACRC's activities focusing on these two perspectives. First, let me begin by explaining why anti-corruption governance is necessary. Corruption is not confined to the public sector. It occurs in all areas of society and is becoming increasingly complex and interconnected. Government-led efforts alone, therefore, have limitations in effectively controlling corruption. The international community also emphasizes addressing corruption through interaction among a wide range of stakeholders, including government, citizens, and businesses. Article 13 of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption requires states parties to promote the active participation of individuals and groups outside the public sector. Against this backdrop, our ACRC has worked with civil society, businesses, and other private sector actors as collaborative partners in anti-corruption policymaking, jointly developing policies and encouraging their participation. The first example of these efforts is the operation of public-private consultative bodies. A representative example is a Public-Private Council for Transparency Society. The council was one of Korea's public-private anti-corruption frameworks, bringing together the government, civil society organizations, local communities, and businesses, and it operated from 2018 to 2023. Through the council, stakeholders concluded social agreements in a variety of areas and carried out nationwide campaigns in their respective fields. These initiatives enable stakeholders across different sectors of society to take an active role in spreading an anti-corruption culture and contribute to fostering a culture of integrity throughout society. At the same time, they provided momentum for sector-specific activities aimed at raising integrity standards. The second area is support for private sector subsidy projects. The Commission provides grants to nonprofit civic organizations to help them develop a variety of public interest programs designed to promote a culture of integrity, and the ACRC provides subsidies. Through the support, programs developed by nonprofit organizations based on their autonomy and creativity can be used as content in relevant policy initiatives, thereby creating a virtuous cycle of public-private cooperation. This year, the Commission is providing a total of 80 million Korean won to 4 organizations. Supported projects include monitoring the activities of local councils, developing educational content on ethical management, and producing interactive integrity-themed musicals. Partnerships involving the conclusion of nationwide agreements, the establishment of consultative bodies, and support for private organizations developing their own integrity-related contents are now evolving in new directions. There is a growing need for a more practical approach based on flexible governance that focuses on problem-solving and cooperation itself rather than on maintaining a large-scale operating framework. To address common challenges such as reducing carbon emissions and establishing ethical standards for AI, we need practical structures in which the government and private companies, civil society, and academia work together in response to societal needs. The time has come to move toward a form of governance characterized by low barriers to participation and flexible networks, enabling stakeholders to quickly implement concrete projects and collaborate effectively. At the same time, we seek to expand opportunities for citizens to participate directly and make their participation more meaningful, in particular engaging younger generations, including millennials and Generation Z, in policymaking and implementing policies whose benefits they can directly experience are crucial to building a fair society. And to this end, government ministries are operating the 2030 Youth Advisory Groups. And second, the private sector, especially The private sector companies' integrity level enhancement has been supported through the activities we're supporting ethical management. As international anti-corruption standards become more stringent and ESG management expands, there's a growing need for guidelines that enable public institutions and private companies to respond effectively to evolving business environments. In particular, if you take a look at the situation in Korea, we are seeing continued improvements in Corruption Perception Index, whereas international indicators related to the private sector economic activities continue to remain relatively low, underscoring the need for further improvement efforts. Ethical management becomes more important as an investment for a future which elevates business competitiveness and Corruption Perceptions Index. And also, we are seeing the importance of ethical management growing. And so we do believe at ACRC that the core values of the private sector is autonomy based on market capitalism. And therefore, what we are doing is supporting the practice of and efforts of the private sectors for practicing ethical management. And so even before there were wide discourse about ethical management in Korea, starting from 2005, we have implemented policies for supporting ethical management of businesses. In 2005, we published the Ethical Management Briefs brochure and webzine, which provides updated information on this topic. And also in 2007, we have started to produce and distribute professional reference materials. Starting from 2009, we have launched an in-house ethical management specialist training program. And starting from 2017, we have been operating the Ethical Management e-Learning Center. We have been supporting the capacity strengthening of companies in terms of ethical management, and we were able to further upgrade such efforts in 2021. We signed MOUs with public corporations and also created a council for the Ethical Management Compliance Program. The Ethical Management Compliance Program is a system and series of activities designed to minimize corruption risks arising from business operations, ensuring compliance and anti-corruption laws and regulations. This fosters a culture of integrity and ethical management. We have developed a compliance program framework aligned with international standards through an analysis of guidelines issued by international organizations and leading countries. This program provides 5 assessment domains, 27 assessment indicators, and 55 detailed indicators within the corporate guidelines. First, if you look at building the Ethical Management Compliance Program framework, this looks at the commitment of senior management, roles and responsibilities of senior management, and operational guidelines, as well as compliance officer and dedicated organization definition. Second, the ethical management operation looks at identifying corruption risks, assessment of corruption risks, and response to and management of risk signals. And then there's communications, monitoring, and improvement, education, and disclosure, and record keeping. Based on this compliance program, starting from 2022 until now, ACRC has conducted assessments and consulting services for 86 organizations and companies based on the KCP framework, and we have been providing consulting services to 10 public institutions and 10 private companies. The consulting includes the self-assessments of organizational integrity and ethical management levels using developed checklists. There's diagnosis of organizational integrity and ethical management levels through external expert reviews based on self-assessment results, and also there's feedback provided based on the analyzed results of the compliance program implementation and provision. Companies such as Naver and the Korea Land and Housing Corporation and other public institutions and private companies that have big impact on society are participating. Korean companies now understand that ESG management and sustainable management is very important for their competitiveness. They have come up with separate dedicated organizations and have been making efforts to come up with ethical management systems and operate such systems in an effective manner. And we are preparing to better support such efforts of the private sector. And so we have, the new government has selected the ethical and integrity management support policy as a national policy agenda, and we have been establishing the right program to support them. And so in 2022, the compliance program diagnosis system was advanced, and in 2027, through a pilot, we will be implementing this in full-fledged in 2028. And also, we will be coming up with an institutional foundation to provide various incentives to the high-performing institutions. So we talked about how we have been carrying out anti-corruption integrity policy implementations at ACRC. We talked about our past 20 years' efforts. And based on these efforts, we plan to make sure that we can spread the culture of integrity throughout society and make sure that the national integrity level of Korea can be further enhanced. At the same time, we will work towards expanding the ethical management compliance manner so that we can strengthen cooperation for anti-corruption integrity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Director Ju, for sharing ACRC's 20 years of efforts on this area, and also for the plan for the next decades. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Jin Jung-hee, lead country compliance officer from Siemens Korea.
네, 안녕하십니까. 한국 지멘스 윤리경
Yes,
실장
thank you very
진정희입니다.
much. I'm Jin Jung-hee from Siemens Korea. And before I begin, let me briefly introduce my company. Siemens has 32,000 employees in 22 countries, and we have revenue of 10.4 billion euro. And we have entered into the Korean market. We wanted to help build the infrastructure that was destroyed after the Korean War. And so we participated in a reconstruction project after the Korean War. And that was how we started the business in Korea. So that means that Siemens has been here in Korea for over 70 years. And we have around 2,400 employees here in Korea. And so we are one of the largest multinational companies to operate in Korea. We have largely 4 portfolios in terms of our business, and I think that the most well-known would be Industry Metaverse or Dark Factory, and our Digital Industries business division enables factory automation. We provide the software and hardware, and then we have Smart Infrastructure. This is related to CT business. In the cities, there are buildings, and so we build smart grids between connecting the business, the buildings, and also we provide software for automation of the urban infrastructure. And then mobility business is something that we also operate. There are railway systems and also subway systems. That's part of our mobility business. And then we also have CT MRI systems that we also provide under Healthineers. So we're a German company with the headquarters in München and also Berlin, but also you can see that we have businesses in many different regions across the globe. So we had been carrying out hardware business, but in order to transform ourselves as a technology company, we are focusing on software as well. We create technology to transform the everyday for everyone. That is the motto that we have been pursuing. Now let us go into the theme, and thank you very much for allowing me to introduce our company to you. This has been a great honor. While I was preparing for this presentation, I thought about what would be the right title for this slide. And Beyond Compliance, or Journey to the Clean Business, was what came to mind. So I would like to talk about how we started this journey, the journey towards clean business. And that starts with the well-known 2006 Siemens incident. There were many headlines in the media which covered the Siemens scandal back then. And I did a search on Naver, and I could see that there were articles in Korea as well released to the public. So Siemens does business around the globe, but basically it was about how Siemens has been bribing officials in many different countries. So now we have a history of 179 years, and back then we had a history of 160 years. And so with such a long history, nevertheless, we had to pay penalties up to trillions of won. We did a lot of infrastructure business, and so when there's debarment from public tenders and we would have no future business opportunities, we had to pay a massive sum of penalties. And this led to a damage to our reputation and drop in our stock prices. And so we thought that perhaps they could lead to the breakup of the company. Nevertheless, we actually use this crisis as an opportunity, and we use this as an opportunity for further innovation and to enable the company to be reborn. of course, back then, because we were a German company, we received investigation from the prosecution and the police of the US. And also, right now, we're delisted, but we're listed in the US stock market. And therefore, we received an investigation from the US authorities as well. And then there was internal investigation that was carried out within Siemens. So if there was something wrong, corrupt, we wanted to get rid of that so that we can move forward and have a stronger internal system. So this is when we once again restructured our compliance system. And this case was concluded in 2008. But until now, we continue to build up a very stringent compliance program. This is still in operation, as you can see in the second pillar. After the scandal investigations were all finished and we were able to come up with the after measures, what we did was we wanted to continuously receive external audit and also make sure that compliance system is well effectively operated. We continue to upgrade and update our compliance system. We continue to receive high ratings in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index in the compliance category. So I talked about some of the efforts that we've made for a clean business, but then the so-called Siemens scandal. After that, there were a number of events that led us to a big understanding and enlightenment. Just doing things right by Siemens alone is not enough. We have a representative from the World Bank, but what we did was we have funded about 190 billion Korean won, and I will talk about this a little bit later in detail and talk about our efforts to help promote integrity and build an ecosystem of integrity. But let me continue on the previous topic that I was talking about. So antitrust, and we were working on that topic, but now, along with RIBES, but now we have expanded the topic that we are covering under compliance, because compliance is no longer about defending a single topic or a single area, but what we need to do is this is like the front line of defense for a company. That is what compliance is all about. And so our system at Siemens, it's not that different from the systems that other companies have. We have the prevent, detect, and respond functions, and we make sure that there is a virtuous cycle of prevention, detection, and response. But what we have is the management responsibility that we have identified. So the compliance KPI is not just about us, but also the management as well. So for example, we provide compliance training, but that's management KPI. And so the policies for compliance is linked with our business, and also we make sure that all of the compliance measures are really reflected into the business, and that's reflected in the KPI as well. I will not go into the lines one by one, but if there is a program that you're interested in, please come up to me during the break, and I'll be happy to provide you with more information. So I talked about some of the collective actions that we have been carried out, and I have received a request about providing information on our collective action. So we have funded 190 billion, and we have been working with World Bank for the Siemens Integrity Initiative. We created a separate organization, a unit, and what we do is we support the NGOs to make society a better place. And since 2010 until 2024, we carried out the Siemens Integrity Initiative. As an employee of Siemens, I'm very proud of the fact that about 80% of the clear movement around the globe was funded with this initiative. In Korea also, there were 3 rounds of funding along with UN Global Compact, and we were able to carry out this project in Korea as well. So, as part of the settlement with World Bank, we created a SI organization. That was back in 2024. We completed that in 2024. We completed an organization. And although the funding round ended, what we did was we carried out voluntary initiative. We once again provided funding of 190 billion won again. And so, as you can see, starting from 2026, we have begun the collective action again. Unfortunately, Korea is not included in this initiative this time around. So I would like to say that for integrity, for the clean business, we have been on this journey. What was the meaning of this journey for Siemens? I don't believe that it was an expense. that we had to burden, but rather I think it's an investment for the future. So what this means is that, as you can see in the photo, you see the photo of our founder, Werner von Siemens, and you see a quote from him. And this is the founding philosophy of our company. So when he first founded this company, 179 years ago, this is what he said. Of course, there were some ups and downs, but we were able to overcome the challenges, and now we are standing by this quote as part of our most important principle. He said, "I won't sell the future for short-term profit." Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ju. I think this was a very resonating, concrete example, which will also resonate throughout the session. So thank you so much once again. Now I would like to invite our last but not least speaker, presenter of the session, Ms. Haliana Nanning from UNDP Malaysia.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues from UNDP and SARC. Let me begin by giving some context about Malaysia. Malaysia was competitively selected by USPC in late 2018 as the partner country for the SDG Partnership on Anti-Corruption, chosen on the basis of strong government political will, which my colleague, Madam Shamina, has strongly mentioned just now. Under the new administration, the freshly launched Malaysian National Anti-Corruption Plan, and the newly established at that time, the National Center for Governance, Integrity and Anti-Corruption, GISCC, which has been merged in 2023 under the MSCC. UNDP role was a neutral knowledge broker, connecting USPC, SARC, GISCC and MSCC, the multilateral convening function that no bilateral arrangement could replicate. Simultaneously, Malaysian National Anti-Corruption Plan explicitly covers corporate governance, and Section 70A of the MSCC Act June 2020 introduced corporate liability provision, making companies responsible for corrupt acts by associated person, creating a structural compliance gap, particularly acute for SMEs in multinational companies' supply chain. Complementary to this workstream, FABIS launched August 2018, funded by UK Prosperity Fund through ASEAN Economic Reform Program, was UNDP's complementary private sector's intervention, working within this same national policy architecture to build the business integrity infrastructure of participating firms at the firm level. Following the call for expression of interest from USPC, Malaysia was selected as the partner country for the SDG Partnership Program, like I mentioned just now, the benchmark Anti-Corruption Initiative Assessment AIA tool in December 2018. Again, like I mentioned, owing to the strong commitment by the government to improve anti-corruption and integrity efforts, which continues until today. With the GISCC as the local government partners, the project facilitated GICC learning process on the AIA through webinar and a study mission to Sejong City hosted by SARC. What are the main challenges and the gap that we're trying to address through this partnership? The new established body task to improve anti-corruption need to lead relating to the development of national anti-corruption, piloting anti-bribery frameworks and anti-corruption risk framework within the national and subnational. So a deep dive carrying out this activity pointed out a few challenges, such as absence of unified system for public institutions to conduct self-reporting, which include absence of scoring methodology, unverified governance metric, which pointed to the absence of national indicators, resulting in accurate measurement of systemic health. If incorrectly created, superficial weak indicators might only track administrative compliance rather than catching the actual systemic risk. Yeah, I forgot to move my slide. My apology. So why was the private sector integrity important to Malaysia? So Malaysia became a signatory of the UNCAC in 2003 and rectified in 2008. So the introductions of Section 17A was also to fulfill Malaysia obligations under the UNCAC. Introduction sections in 2020 push for stricter corporate liability in an effort to make companies liable for corrupt activities committed by associated partners. A key legislative change to foster growth of healthy business environment free of corruption, which will create a level playing field among all the players, also meant to act as a deterrent given the law shifted the burden to corporate leaders, making them personally liable unless they actively enforce anti-corruption policy. So let me talk a bit about the fair-based, how do I go be, yeah. In promoting the fair-based, in promoting a fair business environment in Asia. So it's a regional UNDP program to strengthen responsible business practice, business integrity, transparency, and accountability across 7 ASEAN countries. For Malaysia specifically, FairBiz has supported initiatives related to corporate integrity and anti-corruption effort. We partner with 2 multinational companies, Maxis Berhad, some of you may have heard of this, and a global healthcare leaders to build the capacity of 50 of their SMEs to enhance their knowledge on sustainability and anti-corruption in the light of the introduction of the Section 70A in the MSCC Act. Subsequently, several SMEs work with UNDP to institute permanent changes in their anti-corruption practices. So Korea ACRC experience showed the legal mandate combined with technical support create the most effective pull-push dynamic for private sectors, directly informing the fair-based approach of pairing Section 70A compliant pressure with UNDP facilitations. The fair-based post-training model, participants identify 1 or 2 specific governance challenges to address over 3 months with structured check-in and an action day, prioritizing institutional change over awareness. Some lessons for applications, the effective push and pull combinations. Multinational companies have SME in their supply chain, can push for better adoption and provide resources which SMEs do not have as MNC have leverage. The action-oriented design of the training consisting, complemented by post-training project check-in, converted training into accountability. So SME that had to report back to peers show concrete deliverables, such as code of conduct, integrity declaration, and whistleblowing mechanism stood up. Visible top management engagement was a recurring success factor. Implementation moved fast and met less internal resistance. So some of our result and achievement, beside we have managed to publish the anti-corruption policy implementations and positioning UNDP as a trusted technical partner and engaging over 50 SMEs across 2 cohorts. And the more tangible governance changes, the formal whistleblowing mechanism established, corporate ethic and integrity committee forms, corporate integrity declaration signed. But I think the biggest achievement from this partnership is the enhanced trust and collaboration between the government and UNDP. So it's like a curing theme that we've been hearing since we started today. The collaboration continues until today, in which UNDP is currently working with the National Governance Planning Division, formerly the GISCC, to develop My Governance guidelines and Malaysian Governance Index, funded fully by the government of Malaysia, which aim to create a dynamic good governance ecosystem in Malaysia. My last slide. Some lessons learned and suggestions in moving forward. The dual track model. The USPC partnership built national institutional architecture, but the FairBiz built firm level governance system. So neither alone would have produced systemic effort. The replicable model pairs a national policy anchored with a supply chain delivery mechanism works for us. The multinational companies as institutional levers. Routine capacity building through the MNC supply chain relationship create accountability and sustain engagement. SMEs implement when their commercial partner is co-present in the process. Documented institutional change, new committee, update policy, supplier phasing declaration are more durable than broad awareness reach. Very targeted approach. The post-training actions was what converted training attendance into organizational change. Last but not least, Malaysia's deliberate preference for the Korea model over Western framework reflects demand for peer country adaptable, low-cost solution, and UNDP as neutral multilateral broker is the irreplaceable piece in that equation. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Also, your presentation covered some key, very important elements, which also resonate for our next summaries. You mentioned about push and pull and push factors, and also the neutral role of the neutral broker, capacity building for SMEs, the complicated dynamics in the supply chain with MNCs and local SMEs, which was very insightful. All right, now we have two panelists who will also share their reflections and their views. First, we have Ariuna, Miss Ariuna Tumurtogo from Mongolia, UNDP Mongolia. As we also heard from the presentation from Ms. Ju, Siemens Korea, compliance is not only about corruption, but there's also human rights and many other topics. UNDP Mongolia has a project on business and human rights in particular. We would also like to hear, because you have an experience engaging business sector to advocate human rights issues. So you have about 3 to 5 minutes to share your reflections. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ancha, and thank you for the organizers for inviting us. So I will briefly talk about what's UNDP Mongolia doing on business and human rights, as well as Integra Initiative, the project we have just recently completed. So when we talk about business, the success of traditional business is no longer measured by profit alone. You know, investors, consumers, and business partners are demanding much more. They want transparency, they want accountability, and most importantly, they want business to respect human rights and operate sustainably and responsibly. That this is where the alignment between anti-corruption and business and human rights becomes clear. So corruption is not just a governance issue, right? It's fundamentally human rights issue. When corruption exists, it often leads to unfair labor practices, unsafe working conditions, environmental harm, and exclusion of vulnerable groups. So it basically weakens the system of the system that are meant to protect people. So if a company is serious about respecting human rights, it must also be serious about preventing corruption. So in Mongolia, as Yoncha mentioned, we've been working on this business and human rights project since 2021 with support from the European Union and the government of Japan. So our key objective is to support businesses in becoming more competitive globally while aligning the international expectations on responsible business conduct and aligning with international human rights and environmental standards. So our core tool we promote is human rights due diligence. I think many of you have heard before. So we call HRDD. So this is not just a compliance exercise, it's more of continuous risk management process that businesses identify and prevent, mitigate, and account for how they address their impact on human rights across their operation, including their supply chains. So with this framework, so anti-corruption is embedded as a critical risk area. So when we conduct human rights due diligence at the private sector, we use this self-assessment questionnaire, which have several thematic areas, including corruption. And what we observed is quite telling, because when private sector is interested in conducting human rights due diligence, but when it comes to corruption-specific measures, there is a gap. Because most companies respond that they don't have a clear guidance or procedure in place, especially when it comes to managing human rights risk involving their supply chains. Instead, they often refer to as a general ethics policies. While ethics policies are important, they're not enough, right? Because we need more practical and operational measures that can guide day-to-day decision making. So one of the effective, maybe starting points, practical example could be gift and hospitality policies, we say, because it sounds so abstract for them when they prevent our ethics. And well-designed gift policy can provide guidance on what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, right? And so it reduces ambiguity between these employees and businesses. So beyond gift policies, we also, there are several other preventive measures that align with United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights, which are built around 3 pillars: respect, protect, and remedy, right? And under the second pillar, there is a corporate responsibility to respect human rights, which means operate without violating human rights of their employees, supply chains, and so on. So then companies should adopt a clear anti-corruption policies embedded within their human rights commitments. So also there's a third pillar that is important one, access to remedy. So what happens when the human rights are violated in business during the business operations? What are the responsibilities? So even with a strong prevention, the risks can still happen, right? So companies should have safe and accessible, effective grievance mechanisms that people whose rights have violated can respond, complain without fear of or retaliation. So it should be the company should have a grievance mechanisms in place, and of course the protection for whistleblowers and processes to investigate and remediate misconduct. So this is critical because without remedy, the commitments remain just on the paper. So the final, I should have started maybe the pillar 1 because I just jump into what's private sector's role, right, to respect human rights. The first pillar is the state duty to protect. It also plays quite important role because governments can support this alignment by setting clear regulatory expectations and promote transparency and encourage responsible business practices. So taking from this government responsibility, I would also like to share one example that UNDP Mongolia has recently concluded, Integra initiative. So this is, we've taken a more comprehensive approach to strengthen integrity, transparency, accountability in the mining sector, because this is the high-risk sector. For this, as part of initiative, a model anti-corruption policy for mining companies was developed and disseminated to more than 200 companies, and providing practical guidance for strengthening the compliance, oversight, and risk management systems. So for that, in response to this, under this Integra initiative, Independent Authority Against Corruption of Mongolia implemented this small grant project driven by a simple yet practical fundamental principle that public and local communities have the full right to know what's happening in their own territory. Because, when there is mining companies, they make a local cooperation agreement with the local authority, how they develop the local areas, right? So for that, the Anti-Corruption Agency have reviewed the local agreements, but what they found out was, the review revealed like significant gaps in transparency and compliance, and out of 200 agreements, they have reviewed 93% of agreements had never been disclosed to the public or uploaded to the digital platform. So these findings highlight the urgent need to strengthen oversight, documentation, and public access to information, right? So then this initiative by the Anti-Corruption Agency opened a new path for building a fair and transparent governance system in Mongolia's mining sector. And now contract-related information is becoming more accessible, understandable. So it wasn't only a just mere data collection exercise. It was more of restoring public trust and empowering citizens to monitor the implementation of agreement that directly affect their lives and communities. So conclude that this business and human rights and corruption are interconnected, as well as local participation and transparency increase the public trust and government institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariuna. As you said, we've seen lots of commonality and interlinkage between human rights, business and human rights, and anti-corruption work and business compliance. Thank you so much. Our last but not least panelist, Ms. Farida Kebri from UNDP Algeria. The same question. We also heard that your office works on different types of business integrity projects. It would be great if you could share some of your reflections.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm so happy to attend this rich forum. For our perspective as UNDP working in Algeria context, the UNDP Business and Human Rights Program. Right now we are in discussion, in primarily discussion with the national institutions and also with companies to launch this program. We consider that this program is aligned with the anti-corruption initiatives in Algeria. We worked on anti-corruption since 19 through a core programmatic principle as the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights and Sustainable Development Goal 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions. The alignment between corporate accountability and transparency is driven by three approaches. National strategies, the first one. National strategies. UNDP has provided technical support to the government in drafting its first national strategy for transparency, prevention, and fight against corruption. When the framework adopted, it initiated the reactivation of national and international anti-corruption standards in companies, public administration, and the economic sectors to prevent human rights abuses and economic exploitation. The second level is the corporate integrity. The UNDP Business Human Rights Initiative pushes for a human rights due diligence and the systemic corruption, considering that systemic corruption facilitates human rights violations such as labor exploitation and environmental degradation. So the human rights due diligence requires businesses to mitigate these risks. The third one, and as mentioned before by the representative of the High Authority, the public sector accountability. The IP Nazaha, donc integrated performance Nazaha, called to develop and adapt the economic sector. After 2 years implementation in public institutions and administration, now the public sector, which is the weak section in the national strategy of anti-corruption. The third axis, which is about the sector economic, and Hamza can correct me, is the axis that doesn't make improvement in the implementation of the first national anti-corruption. So in our discussion now, and we are asked to support the national agency to to make the impact evaluation of the national strategy, the preliminary discussion with the community of actors the first demonstrate that for accelerating the private sector in Algeria in fighting anti-corruption, in dissemination of the integrity values and the transparency mechanism, UNDP is encouraged to leverage de-risking mechanism, capacity building, and policy reform by financing de-risking and seed funding. In international collaboration, such as international finance, UNDP technical oversight, and local regulatory agencies, shows a good examples that be replicated. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for sharing Algeria's example. I think also that resonates with other presenters' presentations earlier. We have 60 minutes. Miracle happened. So we have opportunity to engage with the floors. I know there are many ACRC member of ACRC, but also academia and different government office from Korea is joining here today. Don't be shy. You can also speak in Korean. We have a very wonderful professional interpreter getting ready. So if you have any questions, comments you would like to make, please feel free to raise your hands. We have microphones. Yeah. I know you have questions. All right. Yes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yumin Lee from UNDP Seoul Policy Center. I would first like to thank all the presenters and panelists for a wonderful discussion on such an important topic of private sector. I agree with what Lisa said. I think it needs to be talked more about for a more complete anti-corruption ecosystem to be happening in today's world. This question might be slightly theoretical, but hearing about how all these important compliance programs and all these companies trying to have more anti-corruption efforts, it made me wonder. I do believe business is still inherently very profit motivated, but I'm wondering what actually caused investors and all these people who are in hold of money to be more interested and focused in anti-corruption efforts. Like, what has changed in the world for them to be more aware of these important issues? I would want to know what the presenters or panelists might think. Is it globalization, or is it other changing trends in the world that inspired these investors to be more interested in anti-corruption efforts? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know it's a tough question. Lisa is getting ready. We can actually collect more questions. It doesn't have to be Korean people, also international participants. If you have questions, also feel free to ask. If not, I can give you more time while answering that first question. Lisa or anyone else, if you want to join.
I used to be a litigator in private practice, so I'm always reacting. So I think the Siemens example, not to call Siemens out, I think any company that has found itself on the other side of an investigation and a sanction or a national enforcement action, I think that inspires compliance. I think, I think that there is a reactive compliance that we see, that companies who find themselves in those situations either out of necessity. So for example, the World Bank Group, our default sanction, our baseline sanction is something called debarment with conditional release, which means an entity is debarred, becomes ineligible to participate in bank finance contracts. As Daniel Kaufman mentioned earlier, there's also cross-debarment. So debarment of over 1 year by one is a debarment of over 1 year by the other multilateral development bank. So there's a significant knock-on effect. But the important part of what that baseline sanction is the condition. It means that you are debarred, ineligible for a minimum period of time. So there's a specified minimum period of sanction, and you will only be released at the end of that minimum period and become eligible again to participate in MDB finance projects if you have met certain conditions. In most cases, those conditions require the sanctioned entity to put in place enhanced integrity compliance measures. So to me, that is reactive compliance. So that's what inspires companies in many cases. Now, as I said earlier, I would love to think companies do it. It's the right thing to do. That's why we do it. No, you do it because you want to be released from sanction. But on the other hand, there are those companies that either see the light because their competitors have gone through that process, and they're like, gosh, I don't want that to be me, so I'm going to put in place these enhanced controls up front. But there are others that are doing it, as we've seen, because they've realized others are getting the investment money. Others are getting these projects. Other companies are being selected as business partners. What do they have that we don't have? In some cases, they have a pretty good compliance program. So they become more attractive as a business partner, or they become more attractive as a supply chain partner because the large multinationals are commenting favorably on their compliance programs. So to me, that leads to not necessarily the reactive, but perhaps the more proactive inspiration, because companies are seeing what benefits they can derive. And does that come to profit? Yeah, maybe it does. But it isn't the bad, we'll do anything to make a buck. It's we understand that if we have these stronger compliance frameworks in place, it can benefit our bottom line. And it's not just getting the business, it's what you're avoiding. Because I was at an event a few years ago and someone stood up, just belligerent, and said, yeah, everyone says you can get business. We haven't seen any business based on this. We put all this money into it. And then I asked him, but have you stopped things from happening because of this enhanced framework that you put in place? Have you caught things in that filter? He's like, well, yeah. To me, that's profit, because you could have gotten in a lot of trouble if you did not have these mechanisms in place. So I think there's really two sides. Yes, sometimes it's reactive, but I do think companies are seeing benefits from either what they've avoided happening that could have been really bad for the company, or actually really seeing business come their way because of what they've done.
Thank you, Lisa. I just have one follow-up question to Ms. Jin. Actually, from corporate perspective, either reactive or proactive, you're making the waves, but sometimes the framework changes or government policy changes. What's the most, what would be the suggestions from corporate side, to the state side? At least you stick to the principles that you set up, or what would be your suggestion? Because I heard some similar conversation in the Business in Human Rights conference. A lot of companies actually complained they made up this frameworks, this procedures, but then the government rules change and the law changes. So I just wanted to also hear from you.
네, 안 그래도 리사 밀러 씨께서
Yes, actually, as it was, I was about to speak right after Lisa, so thank you for this opportunity. Now, I think that I am the only person from the private sector today on the stage. But as it was just mentioned by the moderator, well, let me give you an answer to what was just mentioned overall. I think that what's most important for compliance is continuity and sustainability. So after the scandal was all dealt with and everything was over, what we did was, well, what people said was that Siemens is doing compliance washing. So in 2019, ESG was a big thing, and for a long time, there were a lot of companies who engaged in ESG activities, but people started to say that there is ESG washing. So people told us that we were doing compliance washing. But nevertheless, for the past 18 years, and going on to the 19th year, we continue to work on compliance, and no longer do people say that we're doing compliance washing. Regardless of whether the laws stay or change, we continue to do what we're doing. As we are moving into an AI era, we are transforming ourselves to a software company, but nevertheless, we continue to maintain our compliance program. And so I think that you have to be more sensitive and you have to work harder than the public sector. If you're in the private sector in terms of compliance, you have to work hard, you have to work continuously, and have the employees remember that compliance is a culture. We have a compliance culture in Siemens. Of course, we have the rules and regulations and the policies that we have to comply with. We do that, but this has become a culture because we've been doing it for a long time. And now we say it's beyond compliance. And we talk about ethics management, ethical management. That is a direction that we are pursuing. So that was the main point that I wanted to mention. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, I make the comment. I think that there is very a few maybe company is very ethical compliance is good, right? However, my opinion is somewhat different. For example, I think the business is perform private interest. Okay, it's very the government is perform what public interest. Sometimes maybe government intervention sometimes necessary. So, however, its company is no problem. Usually based on fairness competition. Okay. They get the private interest, no problem. Sometimes unfair, they get the private interest, is a big problem. So I said that the really corporation sector, company sector, also government sector is cooperation, collaboration is necessary. Okay, your company is very sound good, is ethical, and the compliance is very excellent, right? No problem. So many country, many company, some get the problem. So it's a strong the intervention, some necessary is a cooperation between the government and business sector. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Professor Yoon. Do we all have any other questions? I know dinner is waiting. If not, I would like to also use this. As I promised, I was an active listener throughout the session. I took some notes. So 3 major ways the private sector can contribute. My notes say, I mean, you can also add and disagree if you don't agree. First one is a systemic internal governance, more like inside the company, as Siemens did, establishing comprehensive anti-corruption frameworks, integrity frameworks that move beyond tick the box, beyond compliance, to embed integrity into daily operations, code of conduct, and continuous employee training. Second, beyond company, value chain accountability. Companies like Siemens or other bigger companies, you can also drive transparency downward by demanding high ethical standards from suppliers and SMEs. They can also use their commercial purchasing power to incentivize small partners to adopt robust integrity practices. We've also seen that in Malaysia's supply chain example. And then the third one is even beyond private sector, industry-wide collective action. Siemens gave us another good example, moving beyond isolated corporate efforts to participate in peer networks, integrity pledges, and share funding initiatives like the Siemens Integrity Initiative and in partnership with World Bank that systemically raise ethical standards across entire sectors. And to enable these, I also identified 3 enablers. First one, we've heard a lot, clear laws and guidelines and positive incentives. We've seen this I've also seen from Lisa's presentation harmonized principles among MDBs, and then the second one is multi-stakeholder approach, like PACT. Professor Yoon mentioned about K-PACT with business, government, civil society, different stakeholders coming together and acknowledging business sector as a very important actor in it. And also Director Ju mentioned about the ACRC's compliance program that's supporting, that includes the private sector and supporting them. And then the last enabler I identify is a neutral broker for facilitation and capacity building and collective action platform, which Lisa mentioned, right? So that the the institutions like World Bank, UNDP, ACRC, UNODC can support that facilitation of dialogues between private businesses, but also capacity buildings, like the Malaysian example, supporting SMEs. Those are some of the summaries. Would you have any addition to make? Good, thumbs up. Okay. Okay, then I think this concludes. As everyone quote the famous, our Honorable Young-Lang Kim, I also had one quote that really resonated me throughout the session, was the integrity is not a luxury for a developed country, but it's a must for, it's a necessary step to be developed country. And I think that also applies to companies. You know, integrity is not a luxury for only big companies, or but it's a must to be responsible and influential companies that also goes along with the people that they work with. So with this, I would like to conclude the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and this is the end of our third session. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to our moderator and distinguished speakers and panelists for their valuable insights. Please give them another big round of applause. So this concludes the day one session of the Korea UNDP International Anti-Corruption Forum. Today has provided a valuable opportunity to reflect on a decade of partnership, exchange experiences, and explore pathways for strengthening integrity, partnerships, and institutional change. So just like today, tomorrow's session will be streamed live through our official YouTube channel, so we kindly ask for your continued interest and your attention, please. So this brings us to the end of the first day of the forum. Thank you once again to everyone who joined us today.